10:45, and I will call our meeting to order this evening on this Tuesday of Education Week. And today is Occupational Health and Safety Day, and what a time to be celebrating our teammates in occupational health and safety. And if you've been following along on our social media, we have the hashtag Stronger Together, and boy are we ever, for both for Education Week and specifically today for our occupational health and safety teammates. So I want to thank everyone there. For attendance, we do have everyone attending via Microsoft Teams this evening. And I'm looking for approval of the agenda. I see a mover, Trustee Leclerc, in the chat. Thank you. And a seconder, Trustee Cook. Much appreciated. Any discussion on approval of the agenda? Seeing and hearing none. Anyone opposed to approval of the agenda today? Anyone opposed to approval of the agenda? I don't see any in the chat. I don't see anyone hurrying to get their mic off. Perfect. So I'm looking for a mover to convene into private session, and I see Trustee Leclerc has beat me to it. Thank you. Trustee Hatfield has seconded, all in support of convening to private session, or anyone opposed, rather. Perfect. So we will convene into private session. That passes. Much appreciated, trustees. So for anyone who's watching, we will convene into private session. You will see a gap in time. Whether you're watching this live or you come back to it later, there'll be a gap in time until we reconvene in public session with our education committee beginning at 7 p.m. So there will be a bit of a gap of time there. We will be in our private session and we will return to our live feed at 7 p.m. So trustees, you can go over into private session. I will meet you over there and then see you back in here at 7 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
Higgison is here. Trustee Leclerc. Trustee Halberstadt. Trustee Cheen, are you here? Trustee Hatfield. Trustee Sipkar. Oh, Sarah's
yes, I'm
here.
here. I just
Okay.
chat, yeah.
Perfect. Trustee Burgess. So it just seems like we're missing Trustee Cheen and Trustee Hatfield.
Yes. And if they're there, they need to unmute if they're trying to say something, but if they can't use the chat. So we have quorum if you want to proceed.
Okay.
Or you can wait. 7:05.
7:05. Okay. Just before I call the meeting to order, I just want to acknowledge So with that, I have 7:05. I will call the May 4th education meeting to order. In attendance, we have everyone except for Trustee Hatfield and Trustee Cheen, who should be signing in. Oh, Trustee Hatfield, so nice for you to join us. Trustee Cheen, are you on yet?
She's still struggling with her computer.
Yeah. Okay, so Trustee Cheen will join as soon as she is able to, so we will proceed with the meeting. So the first item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by Indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenni Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Three Fires Confederacy, Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi, and Huron-Wendat peoples. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. So first item is the approval of today's agenda. Do I have someone to move that? Trustee Cook moves it. Do I have a seconder? Trustee Sipkar will second. Is there any discussion? No discussion. Anyone opposed to today's agenda? I see no opposition, so that carries. Declaration of conflict of interests. Does anyone have a conflict? Seeing none. Approval of the minutes from the April 6th Education Committee meeting. Do I have a mover of those minutes? Trustee Higgison, seconder, Trustee Cook. Is there any discussion?
Oh, no.
Trustee Burgess, do you have any discussion? No.
No, it's the blue one. Nope.
Okay.
Thanks.
There's no discussion. Is there anyone opposed to the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, that carries. There's no business arising from the minutes. So I guess we're moving on to presentation. So I'll turn the floor over to Superintendent Howitt for the first presentation, which is a secondary English book renewal and a FM&I library renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening to everyone. I'm very pleased to be here this evening, along with teacher consultant Michael Thrasher, to present on the topic of our district's commitment to diverse reading resources that are representative of the community and communities that we serve within the Greater Essex. Before I begin the presentation, I would like to start by stating two known facts. We have fully equipped and dedicated library space, library resources, and library staff in our district. And we are also considered a resource-rich district. Whenever people come from neighboring districts or from the ministry, they're always in awe with the amount of resources that we have, and we're very proud of that. So we have this great advantage of having dedicated space, dedicated resources, and dedicated human capital to support school libraries. A significant investment into hard and soft cover books as well as digital resources are available in all of our school libraries. We have dedicated time for our school librarians to maintain those resources and support staff and students with accessing and leveraging those resources to support student learning. One of our goals is to build competent, confident, and engaged readers, and our libraries is a very important tool in assisting us to achieve this for our students. Now, there are many advantages to also being a resource-rich board, but with it comes the responsibility of updating those resources that are relative, I should say, to contemporary times, contemporary issues, and contemporary students and families. This takes a lot of coordination and thoughtful consideration and consultation, as well as dedicated dollars. So I can't see the screen. I don't know if it's up for everyone, but I'd like to move to the next slide and speak to specifically over the last year that we've worked as a district to continue to provide new and diverse texts in our classrooms and school learning commons. Tonight, we're going to touch specifically on 3 specific projects that have helped to amplify the diverse voices within our literacy programs from K to 12. The first one I'd like to speak to is what I refer to as the Student Senate diverse text purchase for elementary and secondary school libraries. The second is a 3-year secondary English renewal project, which kicks off this upcoming year for September 2021 with grade 12 English classrooms. And I'm just going to stop for a moment. I'm not seeing the slideshow, so I'm asking for Mrs. Pavia to make sure that that's up there, but I'm going to continue to speak. I'll just give it a moment to see if that slideshow can go up.
I was just typing it into the chat. I'm not seeing it either. So I was hoping it was just my technology, but
someone needs to share a screen, right?
That has happened before.
Just give me a moment. I'm not sure what's going on.
But we can see you, Mr. Thrasher.
That's good. Thank you. I was getting a little stressed out because there's no PowerPoint, so I was like, I'm just gonna wing this.
I thought it was just me for a moment. I know Anna's on, and I'm just one moment here.
If anyone could wing it, Mike, it's probably you.
Yeah, she's muted.
Give me a moment.
I actually thought that Mike was presenting, so I'm trying to get it up on the screen right now. So just give me a second. Sorry, everyone.
Not a problem. It's 2021. We expect this kind of thing to happen. So no worries.
Okay.
Let me know when you can see it, please.
I can see it, Anna.
Okay, Where do you need me to get to, Clara?
Just start it now and move to the second slide.
Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you start it, Anna, so that it's plain? Great, thank you so much, and my apologies for that. So I think I'd referred already to the Student Senate text of diverse texts, and then the 3-year secondary English renewal project. The third one is the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit review and gap analysis for our school libraries. And you'll note that there's 3 phases you'll see on the screen. The first is directed to the Indigenous community. The second phase is to the Black community, the African Canadian, African American, and Afro-Caribbean texts. And the third phase is to the Asian community, the Pacific Islander, Asian Canadian, and Asian American text. In the next slide, you'll see how we kind of place things in context. So one of the images we try to create when we're referring to texts we read is one of looking at texts as both mirrors and windows. And mirrors in the terms of the text would allow the reader to see themselves and their lives reflected back to them when they read. And the window is a clear glass pane frame, which allows the individual reader to see the lives of people who are different from themselves. So the mirrors reflect and the windows allow us to see the lives of others. And the big overarching question is, do all our students have a chance to see themselves reflected in the texts that are prioritized in our classrooms? And the answer is to yes, to some degree, but we now know that it's not enough and that we can do better. Students should have the opportunity to read texts and reflect their own worldviews and to explore texts that show them different worlds in order to develop appreciation for different ways of being. And we want to mixture both these texts in our classrooms and our libraries. If we were to think about the average age of the date of texts are currently within our school district, and to be frankly, across districts in the province of Ontario, we might see some outdated texts. And so we need to ask ourselves as senior leaders responsible for public education to thoughtfully consider which social change has happened since the time of some of those texts. We need to ask ourselves questions like, how would it be problematic to read texts with outdated social issues and views? What values does reading a text from an older time period have, even if it does? We need to think about the language that is used somewhat casually in some of our literary classics, and how may this language trigger some of our students, and how might it create social stigma for some students? And so we also need to consider, how do we see that this language might trigger students, and more importantly, how do we provide support to students if in fact that triggering does occur? We really need to consider the contemporary student and the promotion of diversity and inclusion in a safe and accepting learning environment in all that we do and the resources that we provide our students. So the slide that you see on the screen is speaking about the first initiative. If you can go back, please. The slide, yes, that slide, thank you very much. The slide on the screen is speaking about the Student Senate Diverse Book Purchase for elementary and secondary school library learning commons. And you might recall, and I remember very distinctly in the fall, during one of our board meetings, the student trustees brought up the importance of diversity in terms of our reading books and curriculum resources. And we were delighted to hear it at the time, because we were in fact engaging on a process of looking more closely at what we were doing. And we thought, what a wonderful way to welcome in student voice. And before I knew it, Student Senate had coordinated, and in an effort to include more diverse and current voices in our school library learning collections, they created a list of texts to purchase for our school libraries. They had 2 separate texts, an elementary and a secondary, and the books were selected based on student input, teacher support, student research, and a program department analysis. The lists were finalized and purchases did occur. The texts represent diverse communities and showcase the plurality of perspectives and worldwide views. The books, it was so exciting. They arrived just recently and were all unpacked. And books will be in our school libraries before the end of the school year once processed as programs. So thank you to Student Senate for their partnership and for sharing their perspective. And I'd like to pass it to Mike to share the next couple of slides.
Thank you so much, Dr. Howitt. So good evening, everyone. If you haven't met me, I'm Mike Thrasher, teacher consultant for libraries and secondary English. Again, I thought I was going to wing it for a minute, so I was stressed out, but my heart rate's gone down. So now I'm just worried about my dog barking and we'll be good. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the secondary English resource renewal and what that process is, and as well as the gap analysis we did for FNMI, Indigenous literature in our library. So the secondary English resource renewal, what we're doing over a 3-year cycle is we're going to be purchasing new books for all of our secondary school English classrooms. So, you know, if you have students in the system right now, you may notice some of your children are reading books that you yourself read in secondary school, and maybe perhaps your grandparents read. So we're trying to reinvigorate what's being read in those courses. We're going to prioritize writers from Black, Indigenous, and communities of color. So typically underrepresented groups in our reading resources right now. And so we're making purchases that would allow us to have books from a diverse, pluralistic set of authors so that students are able to have both mirror text and window text in their classroom. So the single title whole class book kits, what would happen there is schools are going to receive 6 different kits from 6 different authors with 35 titles in it. The whole class would read the same book. And that would be fantastic. And they're at a variety of reading levels, so they could be used at different pathways in grade 12. So from 4U to 4E for workplace, grade 12 workplace. And also you can, they're going to receive 3 kits with 35 books in it, 7 different titles and 5 copies of each title, which are our literature circle or independent reading kits. And again, those will be from a variety of authors and, you know, preference for writers from diverse communities, as well as writers or books that have been written in the 21st century. So, you know, some of your students, some of your children or grandchildren may not have read in secondary school right now any books published in the last 20 years. We're trying to change that and to get books that reflect the students in our school. So titles, like I said, will be at a variety of reading levels to accommodate all readers in a grade level. So different interests, different reading ability. Priority will be given to books written by Black, Indigenous, and people of color, as well as disabled and other equity-seeking groups. So again, making room and putting these books at the forefront so that they are taking up space in our classrooms. And then the lists themselves were developed by a whole host of people. So we got suggestions from students, from secondary English teachers, from community partners and community groups, as well as the English Language Arts Network of Ontario and also the Ontario School Library Association. Next slide, please. So you'll see this is kind of a 3-year plan. Our first year is focusing on purchasing books for grade 12. So those will arrive before September, and they'll be ready to go for September of 2021. Year 2 will focus on purchasing books for grade 10, and then the same thing again will happen for year 3 for grade 9. So really what's happening is that we're going to each year invigorate new text into a different grade level. You'll notice that grade 11 is missing. The reason for that is because we have slowly transitioned over a 5-year period to the NBE or Contemporary Indigenous Voices course in grade 11. So those classes have all received new text in the last 5 years. And then I hope, you know, this continues, you know, further into the future so we can continually update as we move along. Next slide. And I'll pass it back to Clara.
Thank you, Michael. It's really exciting about the significant revamp of secondary English books. The third initiative is really focused about the resource collection and the gap analysis and resource review in our libraries, specifically geared to the Indigenous families. So harnessing the collective efforts of the school community partners is extremely important, and this project emerged as a way to really determine if the resources in our school libraries were reflective of the diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit populations within our region and all of what we now call Canada. So the project has essentially 2 mandates. It's about really creating equitable access to resources across the district. So we will know which schools need further resources and we supplement that for the schools. So every so often within the district, we do like an equilibrium of those resources. And then the second one, which I think is also extremely important, is building teacher capacity to help teachers better evaluate learning resources with an equity lens, to look at things like bias and cultural appropriation, stereotypes, and outdated information. As a team, we're making those determinations about the resources that should be added to our school libraries, which should remain and which should be removed. Now, a regular occurrence happens in libraries that are both professional and academic, and that process is to remove outdated, irrelevant, and erroneous materials on a regular basis. This process is called weeding. It happens cyclically within our system, and intense weeds happen in groups every so often, every few years for schools. We regularly weed our school libraries collections, but this process is much more specific of weeding that pinpoints a specific genre and topic. And I'm going to pass it back to Mike to share the next couple slides.
So Clara alluded to both goal 1 and goal 2, and I'll kind of go over how we're going to work through these and what our process has been throughout this year. So I will tell you that I've become very, very familiar with Microsoft Excel. So as a high school English teacher, it wasn't really in my repertoire of skill sets, but Excel and I are really hanging out quite often, and I'm getting pretty good at it. So I'm proud of myself for that. So our first goal is equitable access to resources. So when we talk about that, the first thing we really wanted to look at was, will we know what schools currently have in their collections and how can we determine that? So we used a set of search terms within Destiny, which is our school library software, focused on First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people and writers and books. Using those search terms, we created a separate spreadsheet for every single school to see every book that they had that fell within those search terms. And then we could determine with those titles, call numbers, and authors, if those books were outdated, appropriate, inappropriate, or we had to look at them further. So we've actually created 3 lists currently with that. So a green list, which is these books are great, a yellow list, which is they have to be reviewed in person, and a red list, which is we know that they need to go right away. We're also using many resources online to research the titles and to research the authors, just to make sure that we have a clear set of that. I can go into the steps of that process later if you'd like at the end of the presentation. The second part of goal 1 is we will create a list of resource guidelines to guide administrators, teachers, and teacher librarians. So we want to have guidelines as a result of this project so that people know which books to pick, or if they're kind of questioning which book they want to get rid of, how they would do that as well. Claire is going to speak to that a little bit more, and the process that Tina went through with the IAC, Indigenous Education Committee, so that we can have this shared with all teachers and build capacity with that list. And then the third one is we will purchase new and relevant resources. So again, once we see the individual spreadsheets for each school, we're going to know where the gaps are in that particular library collection. So we're going to be able to know which books we could purchase to support that school, which support curriculum, and also which great new books are out there that we want every school to have. Next slide, please. Our second goal is building teacher capacity, and this is the thing that I love doing. So get me in front of a room full of teachers, and it's pretty exciting for me to talk about things that I'm passionate about. And so really, the result of all of this, the spreadsheet, as much as hanging out with Excel is pretty fun, it's actually much better that we can use that data to inform our practice and help teachers become better with using new resources. So we want teachers to be able to select, recommend, and purchase resources that support a plurality of experiences and perspectives. So you may know or not know this, but in the publishing industry, especially in children's literature, about 50% of all literature that is published features white characters or white protagonists. We want people to move away from that and buy books that reflect the students in their classroom. Sometimes people are a little bit uncomfortable though, because they don't know how to talk about some of those experiences, and that's what we want to be able to help them with and build their capacity around, and building a program that is more culturally responsive for the students in their room. So the other thing that goes along with that is that teachers need to be able to identify problematic text or text that need to be deselected or weeded or removed from the library or their classroom collection. So, I think we have many teachers in our system who are able to do this already, and they continually bring books to us and say like, hey, I've noticed a problem with this book. this is maybe something that we need to look at as a system and make sure that it's not out in the open. The other thing that we want to be aware of is like some books are great in the hands of a teacher. So, you know, it's something that a teacher could use for a teachable moment or to talk about something, but it maybe shouldn't be a book that's sitting on the shelf that any student can grab and read without any context. And so we want teachers to know what those books are and have that skill and ability to do that. And then number 3 is teachers need to be able to address problematic texts when they arise in class. So, you know, sometimes a student may be reading a book and point out something to you. We want to give them that culturally responsive teaching strategy so that they understand what to do in that situation or how to address a book that maybe is kind of talking about stereotypes or exhibits bias, and how to allow their students to have the skills to determine if a book has bias in it. And then I'll pass it back to Clara for the next slide.
Thanks, Mike. So with the assistance of the Indigenous Education Advisory Committee, our teacher consultant for Indigenous Education, Tina DeCastro, has created a sway to walk teachers through the guidelines of selecting FM&I resources. These guidelines were based on the voices of our community, and this is so important when developing guidelines for resource allocation. The development of the guidelines began with an exploration of Sarah Florence Davidson's article on evaluating Indigenous education resources for classroom use. Once we developed a framework of those guidelines, and that was established, Tina began reaching out to different members of the Indigenous community for input. The First Nations, Métis, and Inuit families that sit on the Greater Essex Indigenous Education Advisory Committee were given the opportunity to provide feedback, either anonymously or on one-on-one, whatever their choice and preference was. And the goal of these discussions were to confirm that the guidelines would ensure that the resources that their children would be exposed to were authentic, accurate, and representative of their community. Indigenous scholars, including Professor of Indigenous Literature Sandra Muse-Isaacs, was contacted as well as provided valuable insight in the development of the guidelines. And on the screen, you'll see that there's a link to the sway that is still a work in progress, recognizing that the learning continues every day. And the goal is to share the guidelines with staff through professional development opportunities and to equip them with the ability to develop those critical skills needed to develop their own professional judgment when selecting appropriate Indigenous resources in the classrooms. And I'll pass it back to Mike.
Thank you. So, you know, as Clara said, one of the joys of working in the program department is we get to work with a lot of different people. And one of my joys in life is I get to work with Tina DeCastro. So she's really helped me with this project this year and actually in my 5 years in the role. So it's been fantastic to do this learning alongside her. So I'll just go very quickly through the review and analysis, the steps if you're interested. So again, we search each school's library collection using specific topic related search terms in Destiny. So this year they were terms specific to Indigenous communities in what we now call Canada. But you could do the same process for any other group of people that you're looking to find resources for or about. And then we create a spreadsheet from that. So in step 2, we create a spreadsheet for each school library collection with the titles discovered using the search terms in step 1. What you'll see very quickly is some schools have a lot of resources and some schools don't have as many. So that's a very clear indicator to us in the program department of where we need to put attention. Step 3 is to research each title using several print and online resources or sources to determine if a resource is either appropriate for placement in the school library, so again on the green list, needs to be reviewed further, which goes on to the yellow list, or can be eliminated immediately. So we're using a resource called the Broken Flute, which is about Indigenous children's literature, and it talks about why books are either good or bad, you know, if there's appropriation or other issues within the book. Where the authors are from, which nation they represent. We also use a website called Strong Nations, and then of course good old Google, where we just Google the author and find out as much information as we can about somebody so we can tell if it's an authentic representation of a lived experience of an Indigenous person in what we now call Canada. Next slide, please. Step 4, and Clara talked about this already, is formalizing the guidelines for selecting First Nations, Métis, and Inuit school library resources. This has been shared with IAC for input, so that's fantastic. We want as many community partners on board, so it's representative of the various communities within our district. Step 5 is to examine the books that are on the need to be reviewed list. So this is a huge portion of the project, and make determinations about their value as either a teacher resource or a student resource. So this will be aided by our guidelines. And again, there are certain resources that I think we may pull them from the shelf because we just don't want a student to read it in isolation without any context from context of the information in the book, but they may be something that a teacher could use in their own teaching or use to teach bias or to teach what it looks like when a book is written improperly. Step 5, that should actually be step 6, great. Good thing I'm not the math consultant. Analyze gaps in each school's collection to determine which types of resources need to be purchased. So again, we're going to see like where are the gaps, where do we need to purchase books, which books do we have already that are great, how can we make those purchases happen. Then step 7, create a list of priority resources for purchase for the system, and then which will now be step 8, repeat the process for other underrepresented groups. So the idea is, again, we can continue this process. Once we are complete with the Indigenous resources, move on to another underrepresented group. Clara.
Thanks, Mike. And if we can go to the last slide. As you can see, the process is really labor intensive, and the COVID experience has put us a little bit behind schedule. I was hoping that the first phase of the project would be done by the end of the year, but to be more realistic, I think the completion of purchase and resources appropriately in libraries based on phase 1 will not be until December, and then we will hopefully be able to start the process for the second phase sometime in the fall. So it's really exciting time. And I would like to end with a couple of comments. Inclusiveness does not mean if you want to participate, you need to conform to the cultural and social norms of the majority. Inclusiveness is not conformity. Equity and inclusion is not simply about proximity or being part of. It is really about intentionally thinking and planning. And in our case this evening, speaking about providing the appropriate resources for all students. Inclusion is the virtue that every person will have their needs met, so opportunities to learn, to play, to grow will be supported for all students. Again, part of this includes providing resources that provide our students with both windows and mirrors as to the resources and reading material provided throughout the district. What we've done in the past is not wrong. It's what we knew how to do. And we did make efforts to provide more inclusive resources, but we know better now. And I included a picture of Dr. Martin Luther King on the screen. And if you come in my office, I have a large frame poster of Dr. King in my office. I could only imagine what it was like to hear him in person. And his words are so powerful and transcend decades. And he once said, "The time is always right to do what is right." We know better now, and we're starting on that road to revitalizing with great intentionality and with depth the resources with a true equity lens so that we can do better for all of our students. And with that, we say thank you to the Board of Trustees, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Colleagues, do you have any questions? I see Trustee Higginson.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Chair. Thank you both very much for not only for that presentation and kind of explaining what's going on, but also for the care that you've put into this project and the heart that you've put into it and the consultation that we've done. I'm encouraged to see Student Senate involved and many of our IAC partnerships and other partnerships across the district. I'm very encouraged by that. And I think that's one of the reasons why we are such a resource-rich district, because we reach out and do these consultations, and I'm so grateful to see that. Mike, you mentioned in that there's some building capacity in teachers and talking about tough topics that appear in these kind of resources, and speaking specifically about the kind of indigenization of these materials. I'm wondering what goes along with that about indigenizing the kind of kind of curriculum delivery that goes along with these resources. So where it might not be appropriate to teach, and this is very difficult in COVID, and especially when we're online, but some of the opportunities that there are to deliver curriculum along with Indigenous realities, so things like sitting in a circle and those sorts of things. Are there expansions beyond just speaking about the text itself and actually indigenizing the curriculum delivery as well? And is that kind of in some of these phases?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. So the project initially, we were hoping, if we weren't in COVID, that we would have actually teachers helping us to do this work. So they would be learning as we were actually engaging in the process. So alternatively, because we haven't been able to do that due to the circumstance, we've created a SWAY, and we will be providing professional development specifically to this project. But this is the standalone. It's interconnected with a whole host of work that we're doing, connected to supporting everything under the equity and inclusion lens, if you will. So nothing is done in isolation. There's other learning opportunities where it's interconnected and touching upon this work. And then we've learned along the way, one of our great lessons is we do nothing without the Indigenous community. And so the processes are really important. And we've been very fortunate to have such a close relationship with the community that has been developed over time and through somewhat turbulation at times. And there's been a development of trusting relationships. So it's not a standalone, if this makes any sense. It's interconnected to all the work that we're doing in Indigenous education and under equity and inclusion.
Just a supplemental.
Do you have a supplement?
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering if this is a kind of, along with that, is this a kind of a ministry change or a GECDSB change? And are we kind of leading in this sort of area? Or are we along with other school boards who are making this kind of change? I know when you're making resource changes, it belongs within the curriculum. And I'm just wondering where we are in that kind of hierarchy there of where this work kind of lies.
I think we're at the forefront, but not at the very front. And so part of the work that we do is connecting with other districts on a regular basis. So I go to Indigenous lead meetings along with various members of the team. And we heard another district talk about this, and we were very intrigued by it. And of course, we engaged in conversation and learned from them because they were actually on the process of embarking on that work. So we're not at the very front of the line, if you will, but we're not far from it. And again, that's the best way that we learn is from each other and sharing. We're stronger when we work together. So very pleased to have learned from another district as other districts learn from us at times. It's a reciprocal process.
Thank you both very much.
Trustee Halberstadt, I saw that you had your hand up, so I'll put you in queue, and then it will go to Trustee Sartori and Trustee Chin.
Okay, thank you. My questions were along the same line as Trustee Higgison, and thank you very much for that presentation. Welcome, Mr. Thrasher, to the board meeting tonight. Thank you for attending, and to you as well, of course, always, Dr. Howitt. I was really interested in the resource renewal process and noted how consultative it was, and specifically to do our renewal process through an equity lens, which I'm really proud to see. I'm just sort of wondering in general if the renewal process has always been this consultative throughout the system. It really strikes me how broadly we're consulting this round, and if you can expand on that and then how maybe that's different from the past.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. I think we've always engaged in a consultative process, but now more than ever. And we learn as we go. And like I said in the presentation, we know better now. And part of our journey with the Indigenous community, as I stated earlier, is that we've learned that it's really important to work with them. We don't have the lived experience they do. And with whatever group we're working with, that's, I think, the the stance we need to take and make ourselves vulnerable to engaging in the learning and learning from them. And from that, we'll be richer. The other piece that we've learned along the way in probably the last decade has been the importance of student voice. If you listen to them, they will tell you. And so that's been a valuable lesson that now we incorporate more regularly into our processes, and because of it, we're stronger.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that's so true. And I think that's part of our sort of role in living equity as well, and doing what we're saying that we're going to do, and role modeling that. So I thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Trustee Halberstadt, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Clara and Michael, what do you, what about the books that end up in the discard bin? What do we do with those? And then the other second supplementary question is the budget for this project. Are we getting any extra funding from the province for it, or is it just out of our regular budget that we tap every year or so?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Halberstadt, and through you, Madam Chair. A couple of things. It's always hard to discard a book, right? Like, I think it's fundamentally ingrained in us that books are so important. And part of the process that we're engaging in, and as Michael alluded to in the presentation, you know, some of those books, as we're engaging in this process, might be worthy of keeping for teaching purposes. And so we're taking a really, I say, specific lens to hard conversations around that. And whenever we've had to disregard books, we've done different processes in the past depending on the book. Sometimes we make donations to other parts of the world. But in this case, with this specific lens that we're doing, we have a process to discard books through the help of Dwayne Teskey and his team. Because if the books are not relative and could be harmful to students, then we would disregard them appropriately. I hope that makes sense. Oh, I'm sorry, I should answer about the budget. My apologies. Yes. As to the budget, we did not receive funding specifically for this, but we do use funding that we've planned in our board action plan for Indigenous education, and other board dollars in program in terms of resources have been dedicated to this project because we see it as a priority within the system that this is the work. And so we're working with dollars that we've received through the board action plan and Indigenous funding and dollars within the district. So it's a combined effort.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Chi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because today my computer has problem and internet, so I only hear part of your presentation, and some are cut off. So I'm not sure if you have mentioned what I want to know. And I didn't hear that you mentioned about the Chinese community. I think it's ongoing problem and it's urgent. So I think I heard that the provincial government has already give suggestions to, order the school boards to provide the teaching content regarding the Chinese community, their contribution and their sacrifice in the history. So I wonder if you can do that, give some priority to this kind of resources and materials, because it's really an ongoing issue. And regarding the anti-bully to the Asian community. And this is one question. Another question is, I heard that you put the steps, or step 1, step 2, step 3. That's very good, and make the route very clear to finish the projects. I have a suggestion is that besides doing this, we can, at the meantime, do something, together, instead of grade 12, grade 11, grade 10, because sometimes you can put just a little amount of resources, books, and to supplement those books resources for each grade, that might make a kind of how to say that, make the value of that, so the more kids can use that. And also for the you said for the indigenous groups, and the project will end kind of at the end of the year and then start another group. I wonder if you can, start each group kind of together, but you can give more priority to indigenous groups, or some groups that need more, support and help. So in this way, it kind of catch the timeline and won't delay. So that's my suggestion. My third suggestion is that I hope you can, you can give more, be more careful when discarding those books. I think most of the books, they have been teaching and reading and is welcomed by the society communities. And I hope you won't discard it just because of political opinions or other ideology, issues. And kind of, I hope you can consider, to my opinion, that the school is only for teaching basic knowledge, and I don't want more political or ideology issues to affect their study, a lot. So when you discard the books and buy new books, please be careful. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang, and through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to do my best to make sure I answer all of your points. And thank you for the question. So at the beginning of the presentation, I spoke about 3 phases of the initiative, one of which is a phase looking in terms of being responsive to the Asian community. And in terms of your question about looking at resources at all grades, not just at the secondary level, part of that process when we engage in doing the gap analysis is some schools may have some books and others few books. In that process, we help to raise the level so all of the schools have a really strong representation of books that are representative of the community. So we will be doing that across the grades. And in terms of, maybe advancing the Black community and the Asian community phases, we wanted to really learn in process 1, like in phase 1. That's why it's taken us a little bit longer, and albeit the COVID experience has lengthened that process more than I wanted to, but we wanted to experience it first and do it really well. And I do believe we'll probably be able to initiate phase 2 and 3 faster and sometime in the fall, and maybe even simultaneously. We need to reevaluate what we've done so far, because what we want to make sure is that we do it right. And in reference to the discarding, please know I take that extremely seriously. The thought of destroying a book is actually like upsetting to me, but as we talked about in that process of identifying which books would work within our schools and which wouldn't, like we ask ourselves questions like, were the resources created by an Indigenous author? Does the resource depict the Indigenous community accurately? Does it talk about erasure, like the obliteration of the culture? And if that it does, like, is that something that we want out there? Does it depict white saviorism? Like, these are all questions with each book that we would look at very, very specifically. And like I said, sometimes we pass the books on, but if it has information that is not reflective appropriately, whether it be the Indigenous community, the Black community, the Asian community, we need to be responsible in not putting it out there for anyone else to use. So that process is a very stringent process. and I guarantee you that it will be laborious in terms of our interaction with it, because books are so important and representative of learning, but we need to also be morally responsible and not placing erroneous information into the hands of our youth that can be detrimental, not just today, but well into the future as we continue to engage in the most important work in the province of Ontario right now, and that is equity and inclusion, anti-oppression, and anti-racism, regardless of the group, right? We need to create spaces for our students that are safe, and we need to build the capacity of all of us to be responsive to the moral obligation at hand here. So I really take your words very seriously, and please know and trust that we will follow through accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Burgess, do you have a question?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for that presentation. I found it really exciting. Thank you so much. And libraries are really under scrutiny right now, and teacher librarians, and to see a presentation of seeing where we're at and where we're going with this, it's really encouraging. But I have a question, and it's about, well, it's about equity, I guess, but you mentioned that we weren't at the forefront or something. I wonder if you could share, without the lens maybe of the equity initiative, our experience and where we are as on a provincial scale, because I think we're very at the forefront as far as support for libraries, librarians, teacher librarians, resourcing. So in that perspective, could you share how we stand in this initiative and you know, who we're reaching out to so that we can grade ourselves?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Burgess, and through you, Madam Chair. When I spoke to being not at the forefront, I meant specifically with this project, this initiative. It wasn't our idea. It was the idea of another district, and I need to be honest about that it wasn't our idea, but that we learned from other districts. In terms of our work around libraries, I'm extremely proud of that. And I do think we stand at the forefront in the province of our dedication to our libraries, to maintaining the positions of library educators in our system, to dedicated time, to the amount of professional development and dedication to investing in the human capital of just passionate teachers, so dedicated to our libraries. We do a cost analysis of all the work that we, all the resources that we have. We are regularly engaged in professional development with our principals, and understanding that it's the second highest realty area within your district, or sorry, within your school, next to the gymnasium, right? Like it's a hot spot within the school, and how we want to leverage that work. The investment in resources, in particular digital resources, is absolutely outstanding. The connection to families and to students, that they can connect from home to these resources, the lens that we take around making sure that they're Canadian-based and reflective of you know, who we are as a nation is very, very important. So again, not every district in the province of Ontario has libraries. We do. It's a huge investment because we believe in supporting literacy, and it's like a very powerful tool. And even when we welcome our new students, one of the things that we do when we welcome parents after they register is to access our libraries even before our youngest learners begin school. What a wonderful way to be introduced to the school, and that meandering your way down the halls to the library, you know, the hub of it all. Very excited about the work that we do. And I would say that we are leaders in that sense in the province, as well as with many other things in the various areas like student success and so on. We are heads above in that area. So thank you for that question and being allowed to share that.
Do you have a supplemental, Trustee Burgess?
No, just thank you for that response. That's you know, that's great. Thank you.
Trustees, do you have any more questions for Mr. Thrasher or Dr. Howitt?
I'd just like to thank teacher consultant Mike Thrasher, Tina DeCastro, and I didn't mention the name of our teacher librarian, or our teacher librarian coach, Irene Hartley, who have put in tireless hours into this project. I really appreciate their commitment and hard work, and I'd really like to thank Michael for joining me this evening as well.
Thank you so much, everyone. Invite me back whenever you'd like. Or maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Have a good night.
Bye, Mike.
Before we move on, I just want to make a comment that my grade 11 son is in the Contemporary First Nations, Métis, and Inuit class, English 3U right now. He's a reader, but he's never connected with English before. He is very much a science math child. And for the first time this quadmester, he is engaged with English. It is his favorite class. And he loves the fact that history is being, and colonialism and the history of what we now call Canada is being spoken about and taught through the lens of our Indigenous peoples. And he is loving his class, and he is so proud and happy because several of his friends are just in the straight English 3U class, and he was fortunate enough to be in the Contemporary First Nation, Métis, and Inuit, and he is thoroughly enjoying his class for the first time ever with English. So I just wanted to add, it is a great success for our house. This is included.
That's great.
So I guess we're going to move on to the second presentation of the evening for G2. It's a virtual school highlight.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees may recall that policy program memorandum came out in August of this year, policy program memorandum 164, which really talked about the guidelines for remote learning. And in there was a component of a process for exemption of students to be exempted from the minimum requirement of synchronous learning. And boards could provide it in print or combination media format. And so we very quickly put together an opportunity for families. And we didn't expect as many families to select this as they did, but they did. And I just want to share this short video. It's just under 4 minutes to give trustees a bird's eye view of what teachers do in the correspondence program. So I'll pass it over to the video.
You did it!
Hi, I'm Dr. Kelly Winnie, the Vice Principal of the Correspondence Program. We know that the very best place for students to learn is in their classroom with their teacher. But with the global pandemic, the ministry expectation was that families would have the option if they chose to be exempt from the daily synchronous learning minutes. The correspondence team has created this program and has pushed the boundaries of a paper package to find ways creatively to connect with families and engage students in learning.
Bonjour, I'm Sarah Hassoun, and one of the ways I build community in my classroom is our weekly recap videos. So what I do is I collect pictures and videos from families, and I also send a mass message saying that, hey, don't forget to send your pictures and videos for our weekly recap every Friday, so I give them till Saturday noon. And then I put them all together, and the kids every Monday get to watch them and their friends do the activities of that week. So they feel like, hey, I'm not alone. Other people are doing this at home too, and they get to see their friends' ideas, and they get very excited by that.
Hi, my name is Brittany Walker, and I'm just going to walk you through how I put together my correspondence packages. As a team, we first reflect on our students' strengths and next steps, as well as share feedback from students and families to help guide our instruction. We then use the curriculum expectations and pacing guides to come up with our learning goals and success criteria. From there, we construct meaningful learning tasks, providing our students with all of the resources and tools they need to be successful. Whether it be anchor charts, modeled writing samples, or hands-on learning experiments, we strive to create as much of a classroom experience as best we can through correspondence. As my students work to complete their packages, I communicate with families by phone and through EDSB, as well as meet with my students on Teams to check in and support their learning. Upon receiving my students' completed packages, I assess their work and provide feedback on the work itself, as well as provide a summary of their strengths and next steps for each subject area. I provide a mini review if needed, highlight a learning skill, and share words of encouragement to help keep my students motivated. We really are doing all that we can to make this work for our families.
Hi, I'm Andrea, and I just wanted to share with you a little bit
about what goes into the feedback videos that I like to send my students every 2 weeks or so. So I always start with a positive message. I like to talk about the things that they've done well, what I've noticed about their packages in terms of areas of growth, things that they've accomplished. I like to point out things that I notice they've spent a lot of time on, worked hard on. I also like to give them a goal for their next package. So I'll talk about areas of growth or next steps that I think would benefit them. And finally, I also like to add into my videos a question or something that they can respond to in their next package, just to, again, further develop that connection between the two of us.
As you can see, educators in this program have formed powerful partnerships with parents. They've found creative ways to communicate feedback to students. They facilitate Teams meetings to support learning and also to allow students to connect socially. Learning at home in a correspondence program is not without its challenges, but our staff have been creative and resourceful to find ways to make this work for our students.
So that just gives you an idea of what it's like in the correspondence package world in elementary, and I'd be glad to answer any questions from the Board of Trustees.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions? I'm seeing none in the chat right now, but I'll give up. Trustee Higginson.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Chair. I'm so grateful to see that. I know that we've had some questions from trustees as we've moved along about this particular model, and I'm wondering two things. If you can speak to across the province how many boards are maybe doing this or are engaging in a model like this, and then along with that, and maybe Superintendent Mills can help out with this. If there's been a movement of families from an online virtual to correspondence or moving from in-person to correspondence, how popular is our correspondence program? Maybe how popular is it, and how popular has it become over time? Because the reason I'm asking that is I'm looking at the resources, then the work that's gone into this, and it's very heartening to me to see the kind of support that we offer for families who cannot take that online option for one reason or another, but have chosen a different version for their family. And I think I'm wondering about the uptake on that kind of support.
So thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me thank you for acknowledging the work that staff have put into the program. It really is a testament to the dedicated staff that we have in the district, and very proud of their efforts. It was written in PPM 164. I can't say that I know of if all districts are offering it, but I can say that it's maybe not as popular as in other districts. And I'm going to pass it to my colleague, Superintendent Mills, to respond to the second half of your question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We certainly didn't expect the amount of students that took part in the correspondence packages at the beginning of the year. As we moved through the year, we did see movement between all of our models. So it was really based on the conditions at the time at the reentry points. It has remained quite popular though throughout the year, and we do have a very large group of students at this time that continue in our correspondent package.
Just supplemental to that, if I could, do we have a kind of ballpark number on the number that are in there right now, Superintendent Mills?
We're over 2,000 students. I believe it's around 2,200 students at this time.
Mm-hmm. What a testament to that work. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I also would like to echo my appreciation to the board for being able to allow this option to our families, because I do recall previously being told how not all school boards were offering the correspondence packages, and that we were probably one of the few that is doing it. And I think it has served a great purpose to our families who couldn't do any other model than the correspondence. So, you know, kudos to our board for that. But I also, you know, as we go longer and longer in the pandemic, and children aren't being exposed to the classroom environment, I wonder, how is it that we are measuring student engagement or disengagement with learning, particularly with the correspondence model? Because I know from the packages, and I know from the experience of my grandkids, that you know, there's an intention, I think, to be providing students with a full 10 days worth of school material for learning in one package. And I just don't know how it is that we're measuring their engagement with the learning. In some households, students may be struggling to get through the packages within that time frame. Other students may be zipping through it and have, you know, 6 days with nothing to do unless there's something directed by the parents. So with this model, I wanted to understand better how we're gauging student engagement, and I did express a concern before too, as well, with any kind of interaction from teachers, because my understanding is that's pretty limited as well. And I understand the reasons why, but I just wonder, at what point do we look at the gaps in, you know, what students are actually missing from a regular learning environment? Because there's nothing normal about the learning environments that we have going right now. So that's my question.
Dr. Howitt, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Trustee Hatfield, and through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for acknowledging that it's been an interesting process incorporating this opportunity into this particular year. And Dr. Winnie started off the presentation, and I believe we echo as a senior team as well that the best place for a student to learn is face-to-face in the classroom. And albeit this year has created that challenge. And so parents have spoken, and that, you know, and as Superintendent Mills said, there's been shifting because parents are finding what's working for them, right, and what's working for their child. So one of the ways we're constantly engaging in surveys and, you know, taking a litmus test, if you will, of what our teachers are telling us and what families are telling us. And what we do know is one of the ways we measure it is through attendance. And we do have data based on attendance data and teacher surveys that teach in the correspondence program that probably about 60 to 70%, or just over 70%, I should say, actually, to be more accurate, where students are either very engaged or, you know, appropriately engaged in the program. And then we have under 30% that are not consistently engaged in the program, or there's been little engagement. And that's of grave concern to us because, again, student learning is our work. And if students aren't engaged and if families aren't engaged, that's problematic. So that tells us that even if we continued under the residual of COVID right now, and even if we did offer a program like this, that it's not the right fit for every family. and that perhaps we need to have a stronger criteria about availability of this program, because ultimately at the end of the day, our job in collaboration with parents is to support student learning. And there's multiple factors that contribute to whether it's successful or not, right? Parent availability, maybe a language barrier might be part of the process. So we've been thinking deeply about that and considering possible steps for next year. No decisions have been made at this time, but we are looking at data that's collected regularly, especially from our correspondence teachers who are working so hard. And in many cases, with some of the families that are not engaged, calling them almost on a daily basis, trying to connect with our kids. And those are the kids that keep us up at night. Those are the kids that we're most worried about. So I really appreciate the question, and it's been part of our thinking and our work right now as we're considering next steps moving forward.
Supplementary?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. So actually in your response, and thank you very much for that. And I know that all of this is very challenging for everybody, for our team as well as parents, but you hit on the on measuring student engagement through attendance, and I was going to ask about student absenteeism, and with the correspondence packages, I don't know how you can even measure that in terms of whether or not a child's spending 3 or 4 hours a day on their package learning or not. So I was going to ask for a little bit more clarification on that if I could. And at what point do we bring together all this kind of data to be able to evaluate the type of learning that may have been missed this year for students through nobody's fault other than the circumstances we've been dealt? And then how do we, if we're back into full classroom learning in September, I hope we are, how do we help transition these students who have just spent a year? In some cases, some families have been on the package for a year and a half since the first year of the pandemic. And I wonder, how do we help assess the needs of these students and how we help them transition back into the classroom?
If I may, thank you, Trustee Hatfield. So in terms of, understanding where the gaps are for students, let me go first to the part about attendance. Teachers in the program are required to connect with students at minimum and or their families twice a week. It's through those conversations and the evidence of the data coming forward if the students are engaged in doing the work. And at the beginning, what all teachers were to do were to conduct diagnostics. They took the first week or so, and at the beginning of each session to conduct a diagnostic to see where students were at in the area of mathematics and reading, so that they could personalize learning for the student. This has been extremely challenging. And at the beginning of the video, you saw, what would it be like to not be able to see your kids, right? So that process has been very, very challenging. In terms of, reentry and looking at the data, our data is telling us, and the Board of Trustees has spoken to us before on this, is the value and importance of concerns, particularly with student reading. And in fact, what we're doing right now is we are coordinating a plan for reentry. And even if reentry doesn't occur right in September, a plan of intervention to support reading under the premise of the science of reading. And that's going to be a whole reinvestment into the system. And there will be students who, upon reentry, who will move back up to where they should have been, because there's a lag by the very circumstances that we're in right now, and that there will be others that will need more intensive intervention. But it will be based on the science of reading, and that students need to be explicitly taught to read. And we'll be doing a reinvestment with our staff exactly in that PD areas. That's going to be one of the #1 areas of professional development for our elementary teachers moving forward, because of the very nature of what we've been in. You've hit it on the nose. There's a lag just by circumstance, right? And that's for everybody in the system, correspondence and so on. It's been very challenging for over a year of alternative learning, right? So we've already identified that. We have a committee that's together working on that plan and a review of resources to help support teachers to do that work as well. It's a priority for us.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, trustees? I see none in the chat. Does anyone have any? I'll give you just a minute to unmute if you do. Seeing none, I do just have a quick question. For the correspondence package, if they're learning sciences or art, are those supplies provided every 2 weeks for those students whose parents might not have those supplies in their homes, like for art, for painting, or like magnets or whatever science project they might be working on that week or unit? Are they provided to each student, or how do they go about getting them?
I was muted again there. I got to get the hang of that. I would say that yes, they are provided. Teachers do an outstanding job, and we provide an amount dedicated to the school that they're in for the printing, packaging, and any resources that they need to send out accordingly. Teachers have been very creative so that it's not excessive that they're sending, large packages to make it work. But if resources are needed, they're forwarded to families.
Okay, thank you very much. You answered my second question, so thanks so much. So moving right along to G3, we'll turn it over to Superintendent Wilcox for student engagement and special education.
Good evening, everybody. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to share this short video this evening about engagement in our virtual gains classrooms. Just so everyone is aware, we currently have 5 virtual gains classrooms in the Greater Essex County Virtual School, as a majority of our families with children who receive gains programming have chosen in-person learning at this time. In this video, gains teacher Amanda Lafrette demonstrates some of the digital interactive activities that our students participate in virtually to both learn and increase their independence. Each virtual gains classroom is also supported by a developmental service worker, or DSW, assigned to the classroom to support the learning as well. When you ask Mrs. Lafrette to talk about the many positives in her gains classrooms, one of the consistent remarks she makes is about the level of parent engagement. Amanda is very happy to share the degree to which parents and guardians interact in the classroom and how they have become an integral part of the community. Parents in her classroom are actually called guardians of the galaxy, and you will see why in the video. So if Mrs. Pavia is ready, she can start the video.
Hi, my name is Amanda Lafrette, and I'm a gains teacher in the Greater Essex County Virtual School. GAINS is an acronym for Giving Attention to Individual Needs. Students in GAINS classrooms can have many different exceptionalities, including developmental, moderate to severe autism, and some students may be nonverbal and use an augmentative communication device. Our students can also have a range of complex care needs that include medical. We know that students in our GAINS programs learn best in person, but to accommodate families who have chosen virtual learning for their children, we have tried really hard to make the virtual GAINS programs impactful, supportive, and engaging for students. I am very proud of the way that Sandra Marcuzzi, the DSW, and I have been able to support the students in our virtual classroom to learn and become more independent every day. And here are some of the ways that we do it.
I draw for Mom. I cook for Mom.
All right, Damien, let's try number 8.
Look at the picture. What's it doing?
What sentence matches the picture? I read for Mom. That sentence matches the picture.
I'm proud of you. Bring, draw, and laugh a laugh.
So, hey everybody, I'm gonna show you what I learned about blackbirds. $191.
First, it is easier if we start with the bigger number. So we're going to start with 9, and we're only going to add 4 more.
Okay, 9 by heart speech. Like 4. 9. 10, 11, 12, no, 14.
13.
You need 25.50, 7 $1, and then again 25.50, 75. That's it.
So I have $1, and then I have 25, 50, 75. So that is $1.75. Jacob, do I have enough money to buy this taco?
Yeah.
I'm excited to share the knowledge that I have gained through this virtual teaching experience. In the early spring, I had the opportunity to work with the Ministry of Education to develop and present a 5-part series entitled Virtual Learning for Students with Special Education Needs. This series is available to educators across the province so that they can learn about the best practices used here in the Greater Essex County District School Board. It is through these best practices that the students in our virtual gains programs are engaged, love coming to school every day, and are learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. So I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Does anyone have any questions? Trustee Higgison.
You know, I always got a question, guys. Thank you very much for that. It's so inspiring to watch that like happen and watch how they kind of work with the technology, and some of those things are incredible to see. What I did notice throughout, and I'm so grateful to be able to kind of get a peek into Amanda's classroom, into what her and her DSW are able to do with their students and provide as far as engagement. I did notice in a lot of the videos what sounded like a caregiver or a parent in the background kind of helping the student along or something. Do we offer any kind of supports to parents or caregivers that are really kind of intensively working alongside their students in this kind of program, owing to the fact that they have chosen to do it this way, but that it seems very intensive, working alongside their student as well. Very inspiring at the same time, but it's I imagine it's probably tiring for our caregivers as well. Is there any kind of support that we offer kind of built around that experience for our parents?
So we do have a DSW in each of our virtual gains classrooms that supports the teacher, and they would help by maybe taking a student into a separate group or a separate classroom virtually and supporting them with some of the learning. You are correct. When you heard some of the students, like the one mom who was saying, "I'm so proud of you," those are caregivers who are there to provide help with their students, right? Because it's a virtual program. So we don't provide any direct support. I mean, we can't send obviously staff into homes, unfortunately, to help support those students. But what I can tell you about Amanda's program, and I kind of spoke to it in the introduction, is that they've created a real community in that classroom. And so for those of you who may not know, Gains classrooms are capped at 10 students. So there are 10 parents in Amanda's classroom alone, and they've actually created their own support network, and they get together and talk, and they actually have formed their own group outside of school. So although we don't have anyone who is there supporting students physically, we have provided that opportunity for parents to get to know each other and support each other.
I'm so grateful to hear that. I know sitting on GECPIC, that was one of the things that kind of came up over and over, especially transitioning to pandemic learning and then online learning, was the ability for parents to connect with each other. That's often the support that they need, just to see that they're not alone, to have somebody to talk to who kind of knows their experience. So I'm so grateful to see that that's happening, and I'm certain that it's probably happening across. I'm so grateful to be able to see into Amanda's classroom and to the other 4 classrooms that we have happening. I'm sure that that sort of thing is happening as well. So thank you very much for that.
Trustees, are there any other questions? I don't see anything in the chat right now, but I would like to say that I follow Amanda on Twitter. She is a pure joy to follow, and I have learned so much following her classroom, and you just see the amount of excitement that she brings into her classroom and the amount of joy that the kids experience every day with her. So I highly encourage everyone to follow her on Twitter. I think it's Twitter handle at Mrs. Laforet. I think that is how you find her on there, but she is absolutely outstanding.
And Madam Chair, sorry, if I could just add, although we highlighted Mrs. Lafayette tonight, there are 4 other very invested Gaines teachers, and they've formed an incredible PLC, professional learning community. So I just want to honor all of those teachers tonight, although we've highlighted Mrs. Lafayette and her work with the ministry to present to teachers across the province on engaging students with special education needs. I want to make sure that all students, all the teachers are recognized. So thank you. Really appreciate it.
Of course, they're all outstanding. So trustees, one more time, do you have any other questions for Superintendent Wilcox? Okay, I see nothing in the chat, so we will move on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So moving on to agenda item H, there were no delegations at the time of agenda prep. There is no one on the speakers list. There is no new business or reports to be received. So we're on to trustee question period. Are there any questions? I'll ask one more time, trustees. Do we have any questions for trustee question period for the Education Committee? Trustee Higgison, floor is yours.
My question is around graduation. I know we did touch on this at the board meeting a couple weeks ago. I'm wondering if there's any correspondence. I have been getting a lot of questions from parents coming in about graduations and what we're looking at now. And now that we have kind of a better idea of what our current public health situation is, what sort of communication has gone out and what will continue from here, and where parents and family members can expect to hear this information from, whether it's from their school or right from the board level. So if you can kind of answer what our graduations are going to look like, and then some further communications that parents may be receiving.
Director Kelly, Superintendent Allwinder, I believe, can answer that. I believe he's posted some information on the website already.
Yes, I have. Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Chair. So I did send out that, I think it was about a 3-page information piece, and I know I sent it to all the trustees, senior administration, all the principals, all the vice principals have received it. In there, it did have them, or mentioned to them to share with their communities how they thought was the best way. So many of them have already. We encourage parents to call in at any time, obviously, if there's any questions. And if a parent does call yourself, then to have them and redirect them to the principal would be great. You can follow what's in there in that letter that was sent out, or the memo that was sent out, and we also have it posted on the website. And I know our PR department has sent it out through some social media as well. So at this point in time, we're still in the virtual mode. They do have. They're in the processes of making the videos, getting pictures from the students. There were some suggestions put in there. Principals are sharing other suggestions with each other as well. And until further notice from the health unit, as I said, we're still at the virtual stage, hoping to be able to move to maybe some kind of a drive-through stage. I don't know that it's going to get better than that, and that was mentioned to all the principals in the memo, just to make sure that if we can go to that mode, that they have thought about it and have put a little bit of planning into it in case come, I don't know, June 5th or 6th or 7th, they let us know that we're actually able to do that. The other is, I think the different schools, they have their own flavor sometimes based on the communities and traditions and so forth. So there could be little differences there, but in general, most of the graduations will be fairly consistent. The lawn signs for the schools have been purchased, and they will be in, I want to say the date was May 21st. So that's been taken care of. We then deliver it out to the schools, and then they get it out to the families. Each school may be a little bit different, and some are similar. So that's where we stand right now. Does that answer the question?
It does, thank you. I know it's very complex, and I know as we've been adjusting to, this will change or may not. And so I thank you very much, and I thank you for, as we've mentioned tonight, consulting with large kind of groups of people across the system to see what's possible for us. So I know while it may be disappointing, I have a grade 8 who's graduating this year, and it is disappointing that we are here, but for public health reasons, I understand why. And so I thank you very much for that and for your work on it as it continues on. So thank you.
Well, and on a side note, my grade 8 is going to be graduating from Vista as well, right?
I'll see you online.
Trustees, are there any other questions for trustee question period? I see nothing in the chat, so I do have one question. I was just wondering about our summer learning program. Are we anticipating running our full summer learning program like we have other years? For example, summer co-op. I know a lot of the kids in high school who are in the specialist high skills major program do summer co-ops to complete that requirement. So I was just wondering if we expect to run, in light of COVID, a full summer learning program this year.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say that I think that's a response for both Josh and myself. I'll let Josh start.
Well, I can start with the co-op piece, Dr. Howitt. We're anticipating running co-op as we did last year. Some businesses are fine having students come in because they have their COVID safety plans vetted through the health unit and through our board, through Tim Lozon. And so we're hoping that we can do the same thing we did last year and have the safety plans in place and have our co-ops go forward. Some co-ops last year and potentially this year will have to be virtual, but it depends on the placement and just making sure that everyone's safe. Dr. Howitt?
Thank you, Superintendent Canty. We will also be offering a Camp Wonder experience. Funding has just recently been announced. We have a plan in place for close to 1,000 students being able to have the opportunity to engage in a summer learning experience. And we're just waiting for the potential of maybe some additional dollars. And we'll be announcing that to the system next week. So we're looking forward to that opportunity. Thank you.
Well, that's wonderful news. Thank you so much for those responses. One more time, any questions, trustees? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion for the Education Committee? All right, seeing and hearing none, move on to announcements. Does anyone have an announcement for tonight's meeting? No, if not, I do have a few. Okay.
Trustee Hickison has an announcement.
Oh, Trustee Hickison, sorry, I missed you. I was looking at the screen to see if there's anything there. Okay, Trustee Hickison, announce away.
It may not have popped up yet. I know that you have some announcements planned for other things, but I wanted to acknowledge our outstanding service awards for 2021 have been posted, and so I wanted to give my congratulations to our outstanding service awards winners. It's something special to be celebrating them, and during Education Week. I know that it's I wish we could celebrate in person. I wish we could celebrate them the way that they have earned, and I hope that one day we can do that. I noticed that in our social media, we also did re-acknowledge our 2020 recipients who also have been isolated in the time that we would normally celebrate them. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the incredible service that we have across our system, and it must be very difficult to choose from all the exceptional service and from all the winners that we have across the system to just choose this list. It must be difficult, and so I'm so grateful for what we have going on, what has been extended beyond what we normally have going on in the kind of conditions that we've had this past year and a half, and I just wanted to congratulate them and express my gratitude.
Thank you very much. I think we can all say congratulations to all of the recipients. It was wonderful to see them being celebrated on social media, because that seems to be the way that we're staying connected right now. So congratulations to each and every one of you. With that, this week is Education Week, as well as Staff Appreciation Week. We'd like to acknowledge the incredible work of all of the GECDSB staff members. In spite of the tremendous obstacles that COVID has thrown your way, you have remained dedicated, resilient, and committed to supporting every learner. You have demonstrated that we are truly stronger together, which is the theme for this week. I think it's also very important to acknowledge the the families and the learners within our board, because this year has been tough. There's been so many pivots in learning, but from what I'm seeing on social media, the excitement, the creativity, and the dedication to your education has not faltered. And I think that makes all of us very Greater Essex County District School Board proud. So I love to see Education Week being celebrated, as well as Staff Appreciation Week. We have a truly incredible staff, and I hope they know how much each one of us appreciate them. This week is also Mental Health Week. The pandemic has caused unprecedented stresses for staff, parents, and students, and I think it's important to acknowledge this stress and to speak to someone if you need help coping, because I think all of us are experiencing a little bit of difficulties with our mental health right now. There are resources available on the board website to help both parents and students. And you have to remember, it's okay to not be okay some days. I've come to understand that a lot this year. And it's important to realize that you're not alone, and to take the steps to prioritize your mental health, not only this week, but every single day. It's so important for our mental health to be okay. And it's sometimes okay to acknowledge that we're having a rough time. I think we all are right now. So just to take those steps and to realize that, you know, we're all being affected in a different way, but you're definitely not alone if you're having trouble coping. So in this week, recognize that as Mental Health Week, and to know that we're here. If you need, you know, my phone's always open, please reach out, because we're going through a lot, and it's easier to go through it together. And finally, Earth Day was April 22nd, and classes across the district celebrated Earth Day in a variety of ways. The district provided support through resource pack sways filled with links to relevant and age-appropriate learning activities for integrated learning. Activities were connected to curriculum expectations and featured topics of climate activism and Indigenous land and water protectors. The digital resources inspired action to get involved and to make a difference every day. We also partnered with the University of Windsor, Assumption University, to relaunch the Social Justice Series. The theme shared on Earth Day was the power of one. It featured Simon Jackson and the International Coalition of Young People to protect the rare bear spirit that inhabits Canada's Great Bear Rainforest. The presentation gave students practical guidance on how to better protect the environment locally. Most importantly, over and above Earth Day, celebrations of the work of the Greater Essex County District School Board Single-Use Plastics Committee and the Environmental Stewardship Program helps to keep this message alive every day in our classrooms. We celebrate Earth Day, but we support the environment every single day. And finally, the organization that I run, Little Hands Kids for a Cause, is launching their annual kindness campaign for the third year in a row. And I am taking nominations for anyone who personifies kindness in all that they do. So please reach out to me. I know in years past, several superintendents were nominated because we do tag schools in this, and teachers have been nominated. So if you know someone that is kind, who's making a change in our communities, in our schools, please reach out to me and we will be celebrating that person and sending a little surprise to them just to recognize their kindness. So again, you can reach out right to me and I will make sure that the kindness wave that we started 3 years ago keeps going, because I think kindness, especially during the pandemic, is incredibly important. And are there any other announcements, trustees? Hearing none, I am going to say may the 4th be with you, and adjourn into operations and finance. Do we need to have a little break while we do that? Does anyone need a little break, or are we good to just move on?
Let's just move on.
Perfect. Okay, Trustee Sipcar.
Trustee Cook is speaking loud and clear. Thank you, Trustee Olmsted. I will pick it up from here. I will call to order the Standing Committee on Operations and Finance at 8:42 p.m. I think it's a record for start time over here. I'm just going to note in attendance, it's the same as before, except I received regrets from Trustee Hatfield. She just texted me now that she won't be attending this Standing Committee meeting. And so I'm going to go to the item on the agenda, approval of the agenda. I do have a couple of amendments. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a point of order, and you may be about to cover it. But I just have a point of order and a question about the current notice of motion that's on the agenda right now, which I think is just revisiting a previously defeated motion at the board. And so I guess my point of order is that it can't. It shouldn't go through as stands. It would be out of order because it's considering the same information as a previously defeated motion, and I don't want to preempt anything that you were about to say about it. But I'm wondering from you whether it's being taken off the agenda or owing to the fact that it's dealing with previously defeated motions, ideas, or what we're going to do with it.
Okay, so seeing as the agenda is not on the floor yet, and not really up for discussion at this point, so I'm going to ask for a mover first, and then I can answer that point of order. Can I get a mover of the agenda, or can I get a mover of the agenda?
Madam Chair, I think a point of order is always in order, so.
Okay. Okay, so the plan is to keep this notice of motion on the agenda. I was going to speak to it at the time of the approval of the agenda, so thank you for preempting that. I did have a conversation with Trustee Halberstadt to clarify the intent of this motion. And currently, I think there are two reasons why it should be allowed to stand. One is that this issue is actually, the intent is different. And again, I can't speak for Trustee Halberstadt, and he can clarify that at the time. And at that time, he can clarify the intent. And number two, it hasn't also been debated at the Standing Committee level. And so at this time, I'm going to keep it on the agenda for now.
Can I make a comment? The fact that it hasn't been debated at the Standing Committee level does not matter. The fact is that it does have the same intent. You're setting a precedence here. We have trustees that have tried. We've had trustees that have tried to have a motion go through not once but twice when it was defeated, and they were voted. That motion was taken off the agenda because it had the same intent. This has the same intent.
So Trustee Cook, I'm going to respectfully disagree, and as I'm not the mover of the motion, the intent is different, and Trustee Halberstadt can speak to it at the time. I've had several conversations with him about this, and I do believe that it's an order based on intent alone.
Just for the record, I disagree.
Okay, so I'm still looking for a mover for the agenda, and then there's discussions because I do have other amendments unrelated to this motion. So at the time we can debate once it is on. I think I answered Trustee Higginson's question, which was a point of order. I would appreciate if we could have a mover put for the agenda.
So
okay,
moved.
Okay, I see Trustee Leclerc. Thank you. Can I get a seconder? I see. Trustee Cheen, you also moved it, so I'll include that as a seconder. As for discussion, I do have one amendment, two amendments at this point. One is adding 2 delegations that Ms. LeBeouf sent out. And then I also have another amendment from our administration that just wanted me to move item K1 to J2 as it is technically new business. So the OSB report that is as a report is actually technically new business because it has a motion attached to it. So if item K1 can be moved to J2. And so with those 2 amendments, I'll take any discussion on the agenda.
Discussion, Trustee Sartori?
Sure, go ahead.
So I understand you are ruling that the notice of motion stays on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to challenge the chair because I don't really think that the explanation adequately addresses Trustee Higginson's question. I don't think it addressed Trustee Cook's at all. And I would disagree that the intent is different. So I'm going to challenge the chair.
Okay, I am not an expert on Robert's rules of order, so I'm happy to have that. I just am not clear on the vote that's needed to challenge the chair. So I'm looking to administration or somebody else who has previous experience with challenging the chair.
So there's a seconder, so it's been supported by Trustee Higginson. From my recollection, there is, so you speak first. Each trustee can speak only once. The chair can speak again at the end. But how this motion works, so the wording that you're going to use is, do the trustees support the chair? In order for your motion not to be supported, there has to be a majority voting against. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so I will speak first then. I appreciate that the trustees are raising this point about the motion not staying on the agenda. I too did a double take and read it several times to clarify and went back over several agendas to see how this compared to previous motions. I also called Trustee Halberstadt. We've chatted about this motion. The intent and again, without speaking specifically to the motion, as it's not mine, I'm not the mover, I did have a conversation with the mover, Trustee Halberstadt, and believe that the intent is different and that his choice of wording maybe was not clear on that. And so I suggested a way forward, which was to amend it at the time that we reached that item on the agenda. I think that his intention was not to relitigate any previous motions, both in terms of, ask what we're asking of administration, nor of a report to be back to us in any way, but it's actually a new motion based on the intent. If Trustee Halberstadt would like to speak to that, I would invite that. But I believe based on my conversations with him and also my reading of Robert's rules in terms of being able to change the wording of a motion should to clarify the intention, which is what I gave advice to Trustee Halberstadt to do. I believe that it is in order. I'm happy that I shouldn't say I'm happy. I'm fine with other trustees thinking otherwise based on how it is worded, but I also think that there is room for it to be debated based on the conversation that I had previously with Trustee Halberstadt. And I do think that I did answer Trustee Cook's question specifically when she said my 2 reasons. One was on it hasn't been debated at the standing committee level. I've seen no bylaws that specifies that it can't be debated at a committee level. Even if the intent is the same, but I also don't think that's the main reason. The main reason has to do with the intent from Trustee Halberstadt and it being different. And I we'll offer him the opportunity to explain that as well. So I will go to the chat now, and I see, is it a comment from Trustee Higgison first, and then Trustee Cheen, and Trustee Burgess. So I'll go in there.
Thank you very much, and through you. Well, I can understand some of the points that you've raised. What we have here is an agenda with a motion on it, and I can't approve an agenda that has a motion with a different intent that will be amended later, because the motion as it stands right now covers the same information as we've previously discussed. So we had a motion on January 19th. In that motion, it was asked that we have a report on non-quad cleaning products approved in our schools and the cost. I recognize that this isn't asking for a report, but then it's not asking for anything. If it's not asking for a report and it's not talking about these products and their cost, then I don't see the point of debating it at all. When we move to your explanation, or to your point about having it come at the standing committees, we are a committee of the whole, but we do make recommendations to the full board. So later in our public agenda at I2, we will bring this back to the full board and have it ratified at full board. As it stands right now, it's relitigating a defeated motion. There may be an opportunity to amend it, but in that case, you would have to remove this current notice of motion and submit a new notice of motion with the actual intent, if it happens to be different than what's currently here. We have had 2 previous reports from administration speaking to these questions that are in this this report or this notice of motion as well. And on February 16th, we were told as part of that report that was presented on the 16th about costs. So to this point, we are now entering into discussion on a previously defeated motion as the notice of motion currently stands. And so so I won't be supporting this ruling, and I won't be supporting any agenda that contains this current notice of motion as it stands.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Trustee Cheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have talked with Trustee Halberstadt, and I think that is kind of a different motion, and because of this pandemic, and there are a lot of complaints regarding this kind of product. And I remember when we made the vote for the motion, we hadn't have those kind of knowledge, and later we did get a lot of letter regarding that. And also, I remember the last time that we mentioned that the school board did change something to a different product, but it's kind of not that what the parents mentioned that same product. They said it's different and it's still harmful. And regarding that, we didn't have any further answers, and how we take action for that and how we explain to the parents. So I think it's good for us to have it discussed and get the answer from the administration to make it to clarify and make a wiser decision. So I hope that Trustee Halberstadt can have a chance to make the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cheen. I will go to Trustee Burgess next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what you've ruled is completely in order. And I think it's really sad that the public has to listen to this parliamentary stuff. Again, when we, at our last public meeting, actually brought this very question to be defined by an ad hoc committee going forward. Why are we debating it now? So this is absolutely in order. We have no standing rule that states you cannot bring something back within a year. We did. We had a special rule. But in the fall of 2018, we amended our bylaws and didn't adopt that special rule. We probably should have, from the discussion I hear from this board, but we didn't. We have been relying on a tradition that is not in our bylaws. So we have sent this question because you should be able to bring back a new thing to the same board, to the same committee, to another committee, unless the chair rules it out of order of being vexatious or frivolous or something like that, but you have to have the confidence of the entire board. This is completely in order to speak to at the meeting of the Operations and Finance about something that is a topical issue. I think it's a different way of looking at the motion. I have an official parliamentary opinion that this should be found in order. We're not revisiting. A motion to reconsider is not in order. It's not at the same meeting. There hasn't been anything that's been wrong. Notice has been given. This is totally in order. So I sustain your decision, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Burgess. I'm going to go to Trustee Cook, then Trustee Sartori, and then I see you, Trustee Halberstadt. I'll add you to the queue.
So I think what is being said is really getting messed up here, because what I'm saying is the way it is on the paper right now, that motion has the same intent. If you read the last motion that was presented, has the same intent. If the mover wants to change and amend that motion, then do so. But right now, as it stands, it has the same intent. And as a chair, you can't say, but I talked to him and it doesn't. That doesn't matter. It's what is on paper right now, what we see, and what was on paper prior. And through you, Madam Chair, what was just said, that this can go through, they can bring back motions. Well, I'm sorry, but Trustee Chin was not allowed to bring back motions when it was defeated. But what I'm hearing is it depends who you are, depends what's going on, and I guess this is going to go through. But if somebody else comes back with another one, same intent, it'll depend who's, I guess, who it is and whether or not it goes through. This should not go through. If Trustee Halberstadt wants to amend the motion or wants to put in a new motion, then fine, go ahead. But this is not right.
Thanks, Trustee Cook. I'm going to go to Trustee Sartori and then Trustee Halberstadt. I'll go to you after.
Thank you. I think that was well said, Trustee Cook. I made my comments at the beginning of the meeting as well. The motion that we're looking at on the agenda on paper, I'm not in support of entertaining that motion, which I consider to be a GAN. And I would say as well that in previous meetings and not even on this particular issue, that the Board of Trustees is here to do business and represent the board to the community, make appropriate decisions. We make policy decisions at the board, I'm not going to support repeatedly entertaining the same issue over and over again, just because we're looking for a different result this time. So like some of the speakers that have spoken already, I'm not going to support the ruling of the chair, and I wouldn't be supporting the agenda as it stands either.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Sartori. I'm going to go to you, Trustee Halberstadt. Trustee Halberstadt, you are muted. Sorry, we missed everything.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to say that this is very different than the last debates we had. In the other debates we've had, or debate back in January, we were told that there was no other alternative but Virix with regard to especially food handling. Now we have in front of us a 62-page report or 60-page report from the Workers' Health and Safety Center PowerPoint that we asked for it to come back at the last debate, and here it is. And it basically it outlines at least 10 other substances that are alternative to Virix and do not have the same kind of risks. So that is totally explained in this Health and Safety Center PowerPoint that we asked for. But having said all that, I think the intent is to basically get rid of Virix, and I'm very prepared, rather than the word consider, use the word choose, that the board direct administrators to choose alternatives to Virix as the Greater Essex County School Board cleaning products for hard surfaces and food preparation identified in the
Trustee Halberstadt, as we're not at that yet, I don't think we should get into the specifics in terms of amendments or anything like that. I think it should just stick to the challenge to allow this to stay on the agenda.
Okay. Well, as I said, I think one word would change it. Choose as opposed to consider.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other comments in the chat. Were there any other trustees who wanted to make a comment? Okay, so I will give. Oh, yep.
Sorry, this is Trustee Olmsted. My chat seems to have frozen.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I rebooted my device and was off for a little bit. I support having this on the agenda simply because we discussed the word session at our last meeting. And according to Robert's rules, you first look at the bylaw, which we don't have that defined. And we committed to producing an ad hoc committee to define the word session. Therefore, until we have that, we should therefore consult with Robert's rules, which does say that a session should not be interpreted as a long period of time. So until we have a definition, I adhere to that of Robert's rules, and I will support having this on. I would like to see it amended if it gets to that point, as Trustee Halberstadt has indicated. But I do think it is in order, just based on my understanding of procedure and Robert's rules, and I'm definitely willing to debate this evening.
Thank you, Trustee Olmsted. Trustee Halberstadt, I'm sorry, all trustees only get one comment in this portion, so I'll wrap up with final comments unless there's any other trustees. I think everybody spoke, with the exception of Trustee Leclerc, but that's okay. Okay, so thank you all for your comments. I appreciate the discussion. I'm just going to go back to the intent of the motion and state that the last two motions that have been debated on this subject, the one on January, I believe it was 19th, was for a report back to the Board of Trustees, and the second was for a presentation. This motion, as is, does not ask for a report or a presentation. On that alone, I think the intention is different. Do I think that the wording could have been made more clear as to what the intention was? yes, that is why I'm offering Trustee Halberstadt an opportunity to amend it, which is completely in line with Robert's Rules of Order. And I also think that although I appreciate the debate around bringing something back within a session, that's not the basis for my judgment. The basis for this decision has been looking at the actual content of the last two motions that have been presented on this subject. One was for a report and one was for a presentation. Out of the report, administration was directed by trustees to reduce VIREX. This goes beyond that in my view. And again, I believe that Trustee Halberstadt was willing to offer an amendment at the appropriate time. And so therefore, I understand the confusion and the potential to not support it as is. But if you read the exact content, there is no word about report and there's no words about presentation. And so I've decided to let it stand, as I do think the intent is materially different. So with that, I will call for a vote. I ask for everybody to put it in the chat, as that will be the easiest to keep track of.
Trustee Sipcar, since my chat is not working, I do support the chair.
Okay, so it is 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 3 opposed. All I'm looking for is Trustee
Recorded vote, please, Madam Chair. It's Trustee Burgess, recorded vote.
Okay, so the chat is.
We've already voted, so we just have to move on.
Okay, so at this current moment, I'm missing a Trustee Halberstadt, and I have not cast my vote. But so Trustee Halberstadt. Okay, thank you. Okay, so. Okay, so my ruling is sustained. So, sorry, is there any further discussion on the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's Trustee Burgess.
Sure, thank you.
If you could just explain to me what you said about K1 reports. I think you said you wanted to move it because someone told you to move it because it's more like under what, new business or what? No.
Sure. At the time of agenda review with administration, we discussed that the report under K1, which has a recommendation out of it, should technically be under new business. So the suggestion was made to amend the agenda to move K1 to J2 as J2, which would just fall under new business.
Right. Exactly. Thank you very much. I understand now. Cheers.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion on the agenda?
What was the vote?
It looked like 5-3, or sorry, 6-3, because Trustee Hatfield isn't here.
6-3 to
sustain the chair's ruling to keep the notice of motion on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to call the vote on the agenda. I'll just go any opposed. I'm not seeing any. Okay, and that carries. I will go to declaration of conflict. I will go to item E, approval of the minutes from from April 6th, the Operation meeting. Can I get a mover? I'm not sure if my chat is slow tonight, but I'm not seeing anybody. Not seeing anyone moving.
The mic is cutting out, so it's hard to keep up with. I don't know if you can. Your mic keeps cutting out, so I think we're just not sure where we are in the agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry. I might turn off my video then, just to for continuity. I've had some wonky internet over the past few days. So okay. I do see Trustee Cheen move the minutes, supported by Trustee Leclerc. Any opposition? Or sorry, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I will go to item, sorry, any opposition? None? Okay, and that carries. So we'll go to item F, which is business arising from the minutes. Is there any business arising from the minutes that trustees would like to raise? Okay, seeing none, I will go to item G, which is presentations. And item
Sorry,
G1.
Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I couldn't unmute in time. I'm sorry. I do have a question arising, and it was the same question that was in the minutes, item L. I asked about the traffic calming measures, etc., at Gosfield Public School, and there was going to be a follow-up.
Sure, I will direct that to administration. So thank you, Superintendent Armstrong.
Yes, thank you for that. You're correct. We did follow up with, I'm just trying to find my notes. I apologize for that. We did follow up and reviewed the information that you sent to us. What is noted is not uncommon with what we see because of the COVID pandemic. Many parents are reluctant, quite honestly, to put their children on school buses. And we're seeing that a lot of parents are driving their children to school. I did speak with the principal of the school with respect to the matter. She's actually had received no complaints. She noted that the OPP were present at the school towards the beginning of the school year, but certainly we would support anything that would help address the traffic matters that are happening as people are dropping their children off and picking them up from school. So it seems to be about a 10-minute window that's occurring at the beginning of the day and again at the end of the day. We are hopeful that through the work of our Active Transportation Committee, there's a lot of work that's being done to promote active transportation. And I appreciate in this case, maybe it's a little bit more difficult for children to walk to school given the area, but even examples where encouraging children to take the bus, maybe carpooling, and I get it, it's difficult to do those things in these circumstances, but certainly we're hoping that through the work of the Active Transportation Committee, we'll be able to promote practices that will help improve the situation. In addition, we understand too, based on the report, that the county is looking at lowering the speed limit to make it more of an active community zone or a school safety zone, and certainly we would support that as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Armstrong. Any further follow-up there, Trustee Burgess?
Well, thank you for answering that. I'd like to say that the traffic calming measures were one thing. The only difference I would add is Active Transportation Committee can make a lot of recommendations, but when a school is almost fully bused, where there aren't any walkers, because it's in such a rural area that there aren't any subdivisions around it, it's very rural, and it can be a large school in person. It really is that choice about busing and traffic flow on the street. So I appreciate you looking at it from that perspective when you do get back to the Active Transportation Committee, because there has to be something maybe about carpooling, or there has to be something about something, but it's that apprehension, I think, right, of traveling with your household family members only. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. Any further business arising from the minutes? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go to item G1, which is the resilience infrastructure presentation. I'm going to pass it off to Superintendent Armstrong. I'm very excited about this presentation, and I look forward to all the information. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. And I do want to thank Mr. Mayhew. He's with us this evening, just behind the scenes, and I appreciate that. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to provide everyone with an update with respect to resilience infrastructure funding. Back in October of 2020, a funding opportunity was made available to school boards, and it was the introduction of a $656.5 million funding pot. It's new, time-limited funding with respect specifically to COVID-19, and it is being funded through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. And this funding is a partnership between both the federal and the provincial governments. And the funding that relates specifically to the education sector and district school boards is referred to as the Resilience Infrastructure Stream. So you'll hear me say that quite a bit. You may also hear me reference it to as CVRIS. As part of this funding opportunity, district school boards were invited to submit proposals for consideration for funding under this initiative. Next slide, please. So the funding to be eligible for funding under this opportunity, there is a specific eligibility criteria that applies to projects, and so all of the projects have to benefit the public, and it must respond directly to the COVID-19 pandemic. And specifically, there are 4 themes that are associated with the funding, and a project has to meet one of these 4 themes. The first one being promoting the occupancy, health, and safety of a building. The second one is improving facility condition, and the examples that were provided by the ministry included optimizing air quality or potentially water refilling stations, again as examples. The third theme was enhancing physical distancing, and the fourth theme was facilitating distance learning. And by that, it's referred to as maybe improving your network or your broadband infrastructure. In all cases, the construction has to commence by September 30th of 2021, and all projects are required to be completed by December 31st of 2021. Next slide. So we took a look, and I have to be honest with you, the timelines to submit projects under this funding initiative was very tight. So the facility services team took a look at the project eligibility criteria, and then they assessed that relative to the infrastructure needs across our schools. And our building systems officer was involved, the coordinator of capital projects, our manager of facility services, and our manager of information technology. They all collaborated together and performed an assessment. We also had to look at our internal and our external resources that we had available to make sure that we could complete the work in the required deadlines. And as noted in the previous slide, the work has to have started by September 30th. It must be completed by December 31st of 2021. And none of that work could have been completed or started or even procured or any RFP, and none of those items could have been started until you had federal approval and provincial approval to proceed. So we had to really assess that. And things that we considered was the contractors' availability. Do we have enough contractors potentially to do the work? We needed to take a look at our internal staff resources, and would we be able to adequately manage the projects? We also needed to consider as well the procurement demands to acquire the necessary equipment, but also the necessary services. And if you recall in the first slide, it's a $656 million project. So our board's not the only board that is competing in the province for the same contractors, products, and services. So we had to be very cautious when we went forward with any projects that we wanted to submit under this funding opportunity. Next slide, please. So after we went and completed our assessment, we submitted to the ministry, and we were advised on February the 23rd that the board received approval for 124 projects totaling $15,562,957. So fabulous. It was a fabulous response that we received. You'll note there is a delay from the time that we found out till we're updating you today. And that's because there were certain communication protocols that the ministry and the federal government required. And so it really wasn't until just in the last week or two that we were really able to comment on this in a more public forum. In terms of the projects that were approved for our board, There were eight projects with respect to ventilation renewal for $2.5 million. There are 15 projects for cooling centers for $489,000. There are 14 projects related to new mechanical ventilation systems for $8.9 million. We have 6 projects related to Wi-Fi access points for $143,000. 21 projects related to what we call door hold open for $532,000. We have 55 bottle filling conversion projects totaling $763,000, and 5 projects related to upgrading our childcare spaces for $2.3 million. Next slide. So I just want to take you through each of those projects just at a high level so you'll have an appreciation for the work that we're doing and where that work will be completed. So as I mentioned, we are going to be performing 8 ventilation renewal projects for $2.5 million. This involves replacing our existing rooftop units with new units in our schools. Basically, our existing rooftop units are reaching their expected useful life and require replacement. And so the schools where we're going to be doing that work include A.V. Graham, Bell River District High School, Bell River Public, Centennial Central, Dougal, Fort City, General Brock, and King Edward. Next slide, please. We are also going to be undertaking cooling center projects valued at $489,000. And what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be creating cooling centers for generally used areas in our schools, and we're going to be retrofitting existing air conditioning units so that we can more properly control the temperature and the ventilation within those spaces. We are prioritizing schools that do not have air conditioning, and we also are trying to focus on, like we said, generally used areas such as libraries and computer rooms as well. So the schools where we will be undertaking those projects include Anderton, Central Public, Coronation, Fort City, Gosfield North, Kennedy, Hugh Beaton, Walkerville, Malden Central, MD Benny, Prince Edward, Riverside, Roseland, Massey, and Herman. Next slide, please. We also are undertaking a number of projects related to mechanical ventilation valued at $8.9 million. And what these projects involve is the installation of equipment to provide mechanical ventilation where none currently exists and only passive ventilation is used. So this work will include updating all the necessary structural supports, the duct work. We'll have the energy recovery ventilators installed, the necessary electrical and building automated system controls and heating coils put in. And the schools that will be putting that work in include Anderton, Centennial, Central Public, Coronation, Glenwood, Gosfield North, Malden Central, MD Benny, Northwood, Princess Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth, Roseland, and Southwood. Next slide, please. The next project we will be undertaking also involves Wi-Fi access points, $143,000. I appreciate that the 6 projects doesn't sound like it's a lot, but actually it involves the installation of 179 Wi-Fi access points across the 6 schools that you see noted on this slide. Next slide, please. The other project we are going to be undertaking is what we call the door hold open project. And what we're doing with this project, valued at $532,000, is we are installing magnetic door hold open devices for our fire doors in the main thoroughfares in our schools, which are currently propped open by wedges, which I appreciate is not what we should be doing. What we're trying to do is to reduce the number of touch points within the schools involving our staff and students. This project, again, there's a number of schools you'll see listed on this slide. It actually involves the installation of 210 magnetic door openers across 21 schools. The magnetic door hold open devices are going to be wired and tied to our fire alarm systems. Next slide, please. We are also going to be replacing a number of existing water fountains with bottle filling stations, and we're going to be removing old infrastructure. And again, this supports the reduction of touch points and the reduction of flush points. And we're referring to this as our bottle filling conversion projects, valued at $763,000. And this project actually is going to involve the installation of 192 bottle filling stations across the 55 schools you'll see on the next slide. I'll give you a moment just to see that. And next slide again, thank you. And then the last project that we are taking on is what we're referring to as our upgrades to childcare spaces, valued at $2.3 million. And what we're doing here is we're going to be creating dedicated entrances and washrooms in our childcare spaces. Again, we're trying to reduce the interaction between the schools and our early on in our childcare staff. Again, trying to reduce frequently high-touch services. We did consult with the City of Windsor because they are our partners in our early on centers. And the schools that we're going to be doing those projects include Amherstburg Public, Harrow, MD Benny, Princess Elizabeth, and Roseville. Next slide. And just before I turn it over to questions, I have to recognize and acknowledge the outstanding work of Juliana Hinchliff, our Manager of Facility Services, Brad Giori, who is our Coordinator of Capital Projects, Vince Laframboise, who is our Building Systems Officer, and the entire Facility Services team. This is a tremendous amount of work that they're going to be undertaking in a very short amount of time, and I'm really appreciative, not just of the work that they have coming up, but all the work they put into developing these projects for consideration by the government. I also do want to recognize as well Dawn Lamontagne. She's our Supervisor of Purchasing and Supply, and her whole team of buyers, because they are going crazy right now, procuring services and equipment, working collaboratively through the OECM, which is the Ontario Education Marketplace, to try and make sure that we can get everything secured in such a short time so that we can meet all the deadlines associated with the project. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Armstrong. I'm hearing some feedback, so somebody has their mic on. Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. It was really great to see all those projects that are going to be underway. I'm going to go to the chat. I see Trustee Cheen has a question, and then Trustee Higgison. Trustee Cheen, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the senior administration. I think you did a great job and to apply for those projects and get a lot of funding to improve our board. I really appreciate. And my question is that I see that you have different ventilation improvement, but as I mentioned before, I still want to speak for Massey School, because you know, Massey School, the students there, they kind of most of them are going to higher level education, and they spend a lot of time there studying, and also compared with other schools and other elementary schools, they do spend a lot of time. So I heard that parents say that Massey, they are the oldest, you know, construction compared with other schools in our board, and obviously the heat, you know, ventilation system, the air conditioning, they had is too kind of too lower level for the students to be there to study. Why we keep on ignoring this Massey School, especially there are a lot of international students, they are attracted to Massey School, and also brought a lot of business to Windsor. And why we keep on ignoring the situation of Massey. And I know that school is put on the cooling center project, is on the cooling center projects and at the bottom of the list, and only in the library and in the other kind of common area. But why don't we start up something to improve the situation of this school, since we all know that they don't have any, air conditioner, and we spend a lot of money on the existing, replacing the existing air conditioner for other schools. Why? I don't think it's fair that we have the money to replace them to the new equipment.
Trustee Chin, can you keep the question to the presentation as much as possible?
Okay, I'm just asking why Massey is kind of ignored in the for the ventilation system issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, through you, Madam Chair. I would not suggest at all that Massey has been ignored relative to any other school. As I mentioned as part of the presentation, our facility services team and our buildings, including our building automated systems officer, did take a look at all of the school sites, looked at all the infrastructure needs across all of our schools, and we had to consider a number of factors when we made applications for funding. I can tell you that we don't believe that Massey is the oldest school. It is fully ventilated, and there was a new ventilation system installed in that school within the last 5 years. And it is on this list, and we are providing a cooling center for that school. And I'm happy to ask Ms. Hinchliffe, if she is with us this evening as well, if she has anything further she'd like to add with respect to that.
Well, thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the question. When we look at replacing ventilation or adding ventilation, we look at it from a systemic level, and we make sure that we consider every school, and we always try to address the oldest and the ones that need that have gone beyond their useful life. As Superintendent Armstrong has indicated, within the last 5 years, Massey has gone through 2 massive ventilation upgrades, where most of their ventilation systems have been replaced and upgraded to today's standard. We continue to work on improving quality in all our schools, and air quality and the learning environment in all our schools. So thank you.
Can I have supplemental?
Sure, Trustee Chin, you can have one supplemental.
Yeah. If you said that Massey has ventilation system upgraded, but they don't have air conditioner, and they don't have at all, except the library and the office. So I wonder why, when can we start considering the air conditioning system for the Massey school? And I understand that you consider from systematic level, but obviously some schools already have air conditioner, and Massey does not have from the beginning. And why you consider upgrade other schools with existing air conditioner and ignore Massey school without any air conditioner? Thank you.
I'll ask administration if they want to jump in there to speak to that, but I understand that's not necessarily germane to the presentation as that was not part of the funding packages, but if you want to speak to it, that would be great.
Correct. I mean, you got to keep in mind too that this funding under this project, it has to start by September. It needs to be completed by the end of December. There are a lot of demands on the system. We had to also make sure that when we were choosing projects under this infrastructure funding, that it was projects that we could complete. We don't get the funding until we can show evidence of completion. So we had to manage some of those expectations. and making sure that the projects that are being completed, we can manage appropriately. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Hinchliff, but I think there are also, we got to consider also the building conditions and whether some of the buildings, based on the way they are built currently, would support air conditioning in a manner. Some of the costs, to be quite honest with you too, is quite high in order to try and retrofit air conditioning into some of these spaces. But I'll turn that over to Ms. Hinchliff to answer more.
Thank you, Superintendent Armstrong. Yes, it is a difficult decision. The monies that we've been getting through school condition improvement support only the replacement of existing systems. So it is difficult when there are so many renewal needs that press against us all the time to choose a school to provide full air conditioning when other schools may need new roofs, may need upgraded electrical to support the systems that they have, may need parking so staff doesn't trip when they come in, or parking lots. So it is a difficult balance, completely a difficult balance to manage the funding we get for renewal and our renewal needs, which is always more than our funding. So we always try to be systemic on what we look at, and we try to provide the most consistent response to the renewal needs that we see. We don't try to do anything different, and we try to bring all schools to as high a level as we can with the funding that we have.
Can I have supplemental?
No, Trustee Cheen, I think it's important that we allow others to ask questions. I would just like to chime in and say thank you to administration for that clarification, and that this funding is not directly to upgrade air conditioning units. So I think we need to make sure that our questions stay on subject matter of what the funding is actually intended to do, which was captured in the presentation and in our package tonight. So I'm going to go ahead to Trustee Higgison, and then I see Trustee Halberstadt and Trustee Burgess in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I not only do I appreciate the presentation and all the work that went into it, but I want to acknowledge how big of a deal this is. It's a huge deal for us. We were incredibly successful in this very competitive program, and we owe quite a bit of that success to our team that has put so much work into this and knows our system so well and knows what we can achieve. We were incredibly successful across the province, and I thank you very much for your work on that. My question comes from some of the statements that have been, or some of the questions that have been asked, and one of them is simple, but may not have a simple answer. But it is, we're looking at a massive amount of money to be spent in a short amount of time, and knowing that the funding relies on us getting it done within that certain amount of time, do we anticipate that there will be an extension of the completion date for this program or some projects within it?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's Superintendent Armstrong. Thank you for the question. I know that many boards have been advocating for that. The concern is it's a lot to happen right now. It's a lot of demand on the system. It's a lot of demand from a procurement perspective as well. Right now, what we're being told is that there's no extension to the deadlines. I think there's a sense of urgency from the perspective that some of these projects are designed to provide additional health and safety measures in support of the COVID-19 pandemic. So the province really wants to see the results of that work in our schools very quickly. Some of the northern boards that are a little bit more remote and would have more challenges from a procurement perspective, they've been given deadlines, but certainly we keep advocating for that. And I know that any extension would involve conversations between both the federal and the provincial government. So it gets a little bit more complicated because you've got both those governments involved. But certainly if we hear anything, we'll let you know. But right now we haven't been advised of any extensions.
Just supplemental to that, Madam Chair.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. And I can appreciate that, and as a thank you to our both our ministry and our federal partners on this, I can appreciate the stickiness of that. Owing to that, and what we may be able to see eventually as an extension to this, and we can advocate for that. I know that's been happening on our calls with the minister as well, from our colleagues in the north and those of us here as well. My question then, if owing to that may happen, do we anticipate a shortage of contractors to be able to complete these projects? I know that a lot of that went into the decision making on which projects to put forward, and that we may have some competition with some of the things that are happening in our region with regards to building and extensions of other infrastructure in the region. I'm just wondering if we anticipate any issues with some of the contractors that we may need to secure for these jobs in the time frame that we need to get them done.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair, I'm going to defer that one to Ms. Hinchliffe. She's been very involved in the whole procurement practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Through you, Madam Chair. It's a good question. I'll give you an honest answer, like I always do. I don't know. We have been tendering when we got the announcement, like I think a month and a half ago. We immediately procured consulting services. We immediately started issuing or going through the procurement process. And we actually have ventilation systems on order. We have replacement ventilation systems on order. We have bottle fill stations on order. And ventilation systems are actually like a 16-week delivery. So we were very, very lucky that we have a great relationship with through procurement and with OECM and our other partners in the province, that we were able to get those orders in. We're in a queue. We have been tendering this work now for at least two and a half weeks, if not 3, where every day tenders have been closing, which is why procurement has been so hard hit by this work. So at this point in time, we've managed to secure contractors, and I won't say competitive bidding because the market has been flooded with a lot of work, but we have been able to procure contractors so far. We don't see an issue so much with contractors as we do with the procurement side. For example, ventilation systems require sheet metal, and sheet metal is made of steel. And steel, if anyone's read the news lately, is not in huge supply. But we are keeping our fingers crossed because we are not the only ones in that situation. Every single school board in the province is in that situation. And I think both provincially and federally, I think they recognize some of the challenges that we face. But we will always continue to work because I would never want to leave that money on the table, for sure.
Thank you very much, and what a welcome news to people who are wondering about ventilations in schools, as we've heard more news about it, and some of these other projects. What welcome news to our families. So thank you.
Thank you so much for those answers, and I appreciate the honesty there. I understand that things are really challenging in the construction industry right now, so we'll have to see what we can do there. So I'm going to keep moving along to Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to add my congratulations to administration for putting this package together and for getting the money we did get. Probably a lot more than other boards, probably because of the need and also the presentation. But anyway, my question is summer school. We know that summer school, it's hot. And I know in the past we've had complaints about the facilities we're using that during the summer school sessions. And just wonder if there was Was there any attention given to summer school in this plan?
Through you, Madam Chair, this is Superintendent Armstrong. I guess I'm not sure, are you referring to where we'll be doing the work and how it would impact summer school that is running in those locations? I guess I'm not sure how the question.
Yeah, it was, when you put this plan together, was there any thought given to, well, this facility is an old facility, there's only so much we can do, but we're going to have summer school there, or we're not going to have summer school there? So I guess, was that any consideration in how you divvied up the money and the projects?
Okay, well, I'll defer that to Ms. Hinchliff to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, thank you. I can provide a little bit of insight into that. Summer schools and the continued use of our schools during July and August has been, and the coordination of construction during that time has been a consideration that we've been thinking of at Facility Services for many years. Keith DeGroot, our process engineer who's responsible for rentals, continues every year to amalgamate the many needs in our system, from summer school to focus on youth, to daycares, to childcare programs, to early on programs, to get them all situated in schools during July and August, which requires coordination of operations, custodial, and construction. One of the things that we did do, and we work collaboratively with all the superintendents, is that if, for example, if there's a secondary summer school program that has to run, we usually choose an air-conditioned school. So at this point in time, I believe we've been traditionally using Westview for summer school, which is a fully air-conditioned school. We look for those opportunities, and of course, summer programming always would like to see air-conditioned spaces. So we work collaboratively with all the superintendents to make sure, and we have a list at Facility Services of all our air-conditioned schools and all our air-conditioned spaces, so we can coordinate with all the program needs to make sure that we align them with those spaces. The other thing we've done in the last couple of years is that we've kind of done a bit of a pilot where we used to run air conditioning in July and August from 6 a.m. to 10, and then we would turn it off. So one of the things that we've tried is we've said, well, how much energy does it use if we run it like 7 to 3, which is where the summer school would be running. And we've, or all those programs, and we've been very successful in mitigating costs and providing a very comfortable environment for most of these programs. So we've been doing this for several years now, and we've been doing it fairly successfully.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to go to Trustee Burgess now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustee Higgison asked my questions. My question was, do we have enough, a little spin maybe, but enough tradespeople? And should we use this opportunity to somehow link with Education Committee or board messaging about, this is a lot of jobs for our area. This is a lot of work in the next little while. And if we're successful in getting additional things through the GSNs, there may be more opportunities than even than this. That's a lot of work. So do we have enough tradespeople in the area? Sheet metal workers, HVAC, people who are installing, the water stations, whatever. Do we have enough?
If Superintendent Armstrong wouldn't mind, I'll just speak up.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We've been in communication with Windsor Construction as well. And the work that we're doing is probably small potatoes to all the other work that's going on in the region. It is a bit of a boom. Our general contractors have been well informed before we started tendering of that this work was coming. and it's spaced out over many months. So it kind of helps a little bit. They have not given us any indication that it's the availability of manpower. It's more the availability of procurement and the availability of materials. That is a bit of a hiccup, and we continue to monitor that. As like some of the material, like for example, some of the ventilation systems, the actual equipment isn't even landing till October. So we've been very successful in getting them into the queue. So there's plenty of time for general contractors who we would deal with to actually procure and try to get the sheet metal, try to get the materials that they need. But we've done, as a board, the for lack of a better word, the heavy lifting in terms of actually ordering the equipment ahead of time, which would be key for the success of these projects.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions to administration? Okay, seeing none, I just had one quick question as a follow-up, and I might have missed this in the presentation, so my apologies if I did. Has there been any plans to communicate this to our schools or more broadly? I know that we were under a communications embargo, which is why we weren't able to speak about it until now. So just curious if that has been discussed at all.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. We've already communicated this information to our school principals so that they are aware of the work that is going on in their schools. So we have done that. Any other communication that we would do, if it was more formal, we would need to work with the province on that, because there's a protocol or a process that needs to be followed when these types of things are discussed. And of course, there's signage and all those other elements that need to be affixed when the work actually goes on or is undertaken. So certainly we've done that, and I've answered the odd media question that has come up when the ministry did make the initial announcement about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, I want to thank administration again for the presentation, but also for all the work. And I'm really looking forward to all of this. So hopefully we can get an update on the progress in the fall or as things kind of wrap up, hopefully before the deadline in December. So I'm just going to keep moving on our agenda now. We're at delegations. And so I'm going to give administration a minute. I know that we have item H1, which is Lisa Bonici speaking to agenda item J1. And I'm just going to give an...
Hi, Madam Chair, it's Sean.
Yes.
I'm going to dial her in right now, okay?
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'll wait a couple minutes.
Hello? Hello?
Unknown participant is now joining.
Hello, is that Lisa?
Hello. Yes, this is Lisa. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Okay.
Hi, nice. Yeah, we can hear you. So as your delegation, I believe you have 10 minutes, so I'm going to set my timer. And if you would like to speak now, that would be great.
Okay, thank you so much. I know that the link is delayed, so I'm looking at, I don't see the slides yet.
Sorry, Lisa, just give me 1 second. I'm just loading them now.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
And just to let you know, when you want the next slide to show up, just let.
Okay.
When you want the next slide to show up, just say next slide.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sean. And yeah, Lisa, feel free to kick it off. Go ahead.
Good evening, Board Trustees and Administration. First, I want to thank our board administration for completing the quaternary ammonium usage and reduction report in February. And I know this presentation is delayed, so I can't see which slide. I don't see any slides right now. So, okay, so next
You're
slide.
on the
It's
title
slide
slide,
2
yeah.
right now. Okay, slide 2. Thank you. I know I can speak on behalf of parents, staff, and community members when I say we appreciate a reduction of Virex usage. Slide 3. This is a great step in the right direction, but more must be done to ensure our schools are a safe place for people to learn and work. Next slide. So I am here tonight to bring to the board's attention a petition to remove Virex and instead use safe, effective, and environmentally responsible disinfectants. This petition is in line with Trustee Halberstadt's motion to consider the alternatives to Virex. And again, I'm delayed here, but that's not updated. So there's about 570 now. By now, you are all aware of the health and environmental risks that come with using products like Virex, which has quats. Information about the risks of quats is still unfolding and seems to be moving into it being considered more hazardous than less. This includes diluted quat products like Virex. Next slide, please. To quickly refresh everyone's memory, I will refer to a slide from the Workers' Health and Safety Center PowerPoint that was sent to the board trustees and administration in April. You can see one of the many health risks is asthma, and this list is not exhaustive. Next slide, please. Quats can exacerbate symptoms and even cause new onset of this disease, and with World Asthma Day being May 5th, it's important to question the use of products like Virex in schools when quats are known asthmagens, and Virex has two. Next slide, please. The board's health and safety, workplace violence, and workplace harassment regulation states accident, injury, and occupational illness prevention shall be an operational responsibility that may require decisions at the highest management level of the board. The board is committed to the protection of employees, students, visitors, and contractors from accidents, injuries, and occupational illness. By using safe disinfectants, such as Oxiver, staff and students are protected from known and potential health effects, since disinfectants with safer ingredients like hydrogen peroxide do not exacerbate asthma symptoms nor cause new onset of asthma nor other health issues, etc. Various expert guidelines, toolkits, fact sheets, etc. make it clear that safer cleaning and disinfecting should take place daily, especially in buildings occupied by children and even during the pandemic. None of them recommend products that contain quats. In fact, they recommend against quats. These documents have been completed by many organizations, including University of Washington School of Public Health, ICANN School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, San Francisco Department of the Environment, Pediatric Environmental Health and Specialty Units. Next slide. And there are many, many more. And all of these recommend safer disinfectants. And this is the reason a petition was started months ago. The Ontario Federation of Home and School Associations, OSSTF, and ETFO advocate the concerns of staff and parents and recently sent a joint letter to the board. Can you please put up that slide? Again, we appreciate a reduction in usage, but that is honestly not enough. I quote, justifiable health and safety issues have prompted us, OSHSA, OSSTF, and ETFO in unanimity to request that Virex be removed from our buildings, since equally effective and safe disinfectants are available and approved by Health Canada. Also, they reference the board's environmental education and stewardship policy, if you can go to that side, please, which states the board is committed to environmental education and stewardship. Environmental impact will be considered in all decision making. The board has a responsibility to serve as a model of corporate citizenship for students and the broader community. As if health risks are not enough of an issue, there are environmental impacts of using quats, even if diluted. Quats are flushed down the drain or toilets during cleaning. They build up in sewage sludge, can disrupt wastewater treatment, can enter groundwater, rivers, lakes, accumulating sediment, and are toxic to aquatic life. Next slide, please. We are further validated by the Workers' Health and Safety Center, who sent their report in December. I quote, "Considerable evidence demonstrates that component chemicals, largely quats, pose a significant threat to human health. As safer alternatives are available, a request to substitute Virex with one of these is not unreasonable. In fact, it is a very prudent precaution." If you could go to that slide, please. Last month, the Workers' Health and Safety Center sent additional information to the board. It details risks of quat-based disinfectants like Virex. Next slide, please. Recommends eliminating it and advised safer alternatives, just like the guidelines, toolkits, etc. I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. Furthermore, Occupational Health Clinics for Ontario Workers agrees with the Workers' Health and Safety Center that quats should be avoided and a less toxic substance be used. These suggestions are in line with the petition and Trustee Halberstadt's motion. If you can go to the slide that has Dr. Anna Rule on it, please. I want to also mention the presentation in January of Dr. Anna Rule from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Next slide, please. She advised against the use of quats and recommended safer options too. Dorothy Wigmore, an occupational health specialist, also presented that evening. Next slide, please. Ms. Wigmore also asserted the hazards of quat disinfectants and recommended using safer options. Next slide, please. This includes soap and water, which coincides with the recently updated CDC guidelines for how to clean and disinfect surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. If you can go to the CDC slide, please. The CDC relaxed its rules saying disinfectants are not necessary and likely harmful, and regular soap and water cleaning is enough to wash away this virus and prevent infections. You can go to Dr. Sarah Evans' letter slide, please. A few days ago, Dr. Sarah Evans of the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai sent a letter to the board. Next slide, please, with her quote. She states, "I am writing to express support of the motion to consider alternatives to Virex cleaning products for the safety of your district employees and students. Together with a team of pediatricians and scientists, I evaluate risks of environmental exposures to children and families and provide expert guidance to communities on safer product choices. As public health professionals with expertise in children's health and environment, we advocate against the use of harmful disinfectants and cleaning products in areas where children play, live, and learn. We have serious concerns about the use of quat disinfectants such as Virex in school settings. We urge the district to choose alternative disinfecting methods, which are readily available and effective against SARS-CoV-2. Next slide, please. Dr. Evans' reference to risks of environmental exposures is worrisome. Many experts have stated quats accumulate where they are used, leave residues, and negatively impact indoor air quality, meaning people are exposed repeatedly, even after usage, which is why reduction will not remove exposure. As stated by a recent study, if you can pull that slide up, please, quats are easily absorbed into airborne particles and dust, which leads to long-term contamination of an indoor environment that is likely to last long after the pandemic. So Virex needs to be eliminated now. Next slide, please. I'm also aware that the Citizens Environment Alliance sent a letter to the board. The CEA are an international education and research organization which strives to protect, restore, and enhance the quality of local environment. The CEA deems Virex as a serious hazard to humans and the environment and supports the elimination of Virex from our schools and stress that quats are toxic and dangerous. It seems there is a misconception that only a few people care about the use of Virex. But don't forget, support for this petition and motion goes far beyond the number of petition signatures or how many phone calls and emails you may have received. Next slide, please. ETSO and OSFTF are voicing concerns on behalf of school staff, and the Ontario Federation of Home and School Association, who provides a credible voice for parents, are asserting concerns of parents. Their voices are validated by the Workers' Health and Safety Center and others. We are also supported by experts near and far. some of whom have presented or sent letters. Let's also be a voice for those who are unaware of the risks of IREX, and also for our beloved children who cannot advocate for themselves. That's our job.
Lisa, I'm just going to jump in. Lisa, I'm just going to jump in. Your 10 minutes are up. So if you have a final sentence, but unfortunately I can't. Okay, last sentence.
Yep, this is my last sentence. Thank you. We are aware, so let's please take action. I am confident the board will adopt safe cleaning and disinfecting practices that prioritizes health and safety of staff and students, our beloved children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegate? Okay, I see Trustee Cook. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just have one question. I was just wondering, I noticed a lot of your information is from the States. Do you have any Canadian studies at all?
I honestly don't have Canadian studies on hand. I have an exhaustive amount of the resources that I have. I could probably find Canadian, but a QUAT is a QUAT, and the Workers' Health and Safety Center are Canadian. They have referenced risks, and a QUAT is a QUAT, and often Canadian guidelines mimic the American ones. So humans are humans and QUATs are QUATs, and it shouldn't really matter where we live because either way it's dangerous. And so it shouldn't really matter where the research comes from because we share research no matter which country we're from, and our choices should reflect that.
Trustee Cook, is there a supplemental?
All I would say is that I disagree with that. I think it's important to have Canadian studies. There are many differences in Canada and the United States, just laws and policies. Thank you.
I have to disagree because a QUAT is a QUAT. And a human is a human, and we need to keep our staff and students safe. And there's enough information that shows.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I don't think it's a thing for debate. I think it's a question of clarification of something of the presentation.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. Yep, I will move on to the next question. Is there a question for the delegate? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, and I'll give you a second just to hang up as there's a bit of a notification. Thank you so much, Ms. Bonici.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll be going on to the next delegate. It is Jane MacArthur, and Sean, I'm assuming that you're going to have to take a minute and call her. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Unknown participant is now joining.
Okay, so I'll be going on to the next. Hello, Ms. MacArthur, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a slideshow, or is it just are you speaking tonight?
I do have slides. I sent them in. Hopefully they're available.
Okay,
yep, I'm pulling them up right now. Give me one moment.
Okay, thank you. I know you can't see anything. You're a bit behind, so I'll let you know when Mr. Mayhew has the slides up, and then whenever you need to switch to the next slide, as I realize it's a bit delayed on the live stream, you just have to indicate to him if that's okay.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay, it is now up, and you have 10 minutes, which I'll be timing, and then I'll interrupt you if you go over those 10 minutes, but feel free to go ahead.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you this evening. My name is Jane MacArthur. I'm a lifelong resident of the Windsor-Essex region, a mother of 2 elementary school-aged children, and a graduate of the University of Windsor. I have a PhD with a research focus on occupational and environmental health impacts, and I'm a longtime researcher and advocate on health and environmental issues. I'm now the Toxics Campaign Director with the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, or CAPE. And at CAPE, we advocate on the basis of the science that links health and environmental exposures. Tonight, I'm grateful to be able to speak to you on policies of precaution for prevention. And I would like to add to the case for safer substitution of quats in our education settings in consideration of the current scientific evidence of adverse health impacts of quats, of the availability of safe substitutions, and on the basis of the precautionary principle. I recognize that this year has been a very difficult one for so many reasons, and that of course includes those of you in our school board who are having to make decisions about the safety, health, and well-being of the students, educators, and staff working in the school system. I realize there's been shifting and changing information related to COVID-19 and the ways that we need to act to prevent the spread of the virus. One of the critical points of this debate has been around the issue of airborne transmission. Our early recommendations on the transmission of this virus focused on hand washing and disinfecting surfaces, but the evidence has proven that what we need to focus on more is the airborne transmission. Surface cleaning will not protect us from this virus. And so on the issue of surface cleaning, I'm concerned about the use of the disinfectant virus, which contains quats. Even in pre-COVID conditions, and after we have gotten ourselves out of this pandemic, virus and other disinfectants that contain quaternary ammonium compounds represent a health threat to our children and the educators and staff in the education system who would be using and be exposed to them. Next slide, please. The question before us is really a question of health. There is quite a robust literature of scientific evidence on the negative health impacts from quats, which I know you've already been presented with. In general, health concerns related to quats, as documented in the literature, include asthma and lung irritation, skin irritations and rashes, eye irritation, reproductive toxicity, birth anomalies, harm to sperm quality, reductions in fertility, and it persists on surfaces and in the environment. Some of these are acute problems and reactions that may be short-term, and there are obviously also concerns in terms of exposures at critical windows of vulnerability, depending on the age, stage of development, or even the sex or gender of the person being exposed. These are not innocuous exposures and impacts. They are serious and impact the quality of life in damaging ways. I can relate some personal experience with the adverse health impacts of these disinfectant products, as my own daughter experienced these on several occasions. She had significant reactions to the use of disinfectants on her desks. It was only after a couple of years of trying to identify what was going on, countless visits to our physician with frequent rashes, irritations, respiratory problems, many days in the school, medical testing, and worrying about what my daughter was experiencing, that we finally realized through a process of elimination and the awareness of other children having been identified as reacting, that her reactions were due to the exposures to the disinfectants. When we ceased their use, the reactions stopped. And of course, since she's been out of the school setting, there have been no reactions. Next slide, please. At CAPE, we welcomed the recent introduction of Bill C-28, which proposes amendments to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, the cornerstone legislative framework for toxics control. Foundational to this piece of health and environment legislation is a framework for toxics assessments. The assessment process provides for the re-examination of substances that are thought to be toxic on the basis of evidence brought before the minister. An assessment process that finds toxicity can then lead to a safe substitution of that product with another one that presents a lesser risk. Substitution with available safer products is in the interest of the public and their health. And under the occupational health and safety hierarchy of controls, illustrated in the graphic on the slide, it prioritizes elimination of substances where they are harmful, and second to this strategy of removal of substances is the substitution or replacement of the hazard with something less hazardous. There are plenty of examples of safe substitutions for quats, given the evidence of their harms, and the assurances that substitutes such as hydrogen peroxide, citric acid, isopropyl alcohol, and more are sufficient to address the cleaning needs in the education setting. The Greater Essex County District School Board should also adopt a policy of safer substitution. In the case of quats, the evidence is substantial and compelling. While mitigating the risk of COVID-19 and other viruses, the Greater Essex County District School Board must be diligent about all health threats in schools and workplaces. Avoiding all toxic exposures is good policy. And if we're talking about this current historical moment, the evidence that COVID-19 is airborne, coupled with the science of health harms associated with quats, really leaves no question as to the move in a direction for safer substitutions. Next slide, please. An important way to look at this problem is through the understanding that health is nested. Health is not just an individual biomedical issue. It's impacted by factors in the social, economic, and political world. We live, work, and play within families, communities, workplaces, ecosystems, a nested set of relationships. Policies, regulations, and laws that address our environments while following the science are essential to our health. Involuntary exposures to toxins by children at school, teachers in their classrooms, custodians in the course of their jobs should not be allowed when there is compelling evidence that these exposures may represent harms to their health in either the short or long term. The Greater Essex County District School Board has the power to control these exposures, to recognize that you are making decisions about whether and how people learning and working in the system are being protected through strong policy or are facing what you decide is an acceptable level of risk based on other considerations that do not foreground their health. Individual health is shaped by the environments we live, work, and play in. The big picture of health requires policies of prevention and implementation of the precautionary principle. Next slide, please. As we gather here virtually tonight, in the wake of the World Health Organization finally acknowledging airborne transmission of the COVID-19 virus that's a worldwide pandemic and that has had monumental impacts on the education system, there are many lessons to be learned about how things have been handled. A primary lesson that should come out of what has transpired is the value of the precautionary principle. The precautionary principle states that when an activity raises threats of harm to human health or the environment, precautionary measures should be taken even if some cause and effect relationships are not fully established scientifically. While you may have been presented with the evidence on clots and the health harms associated with the use of Virex, you may still question whether or not it is persuasive enough for you to make a policy change to eliminate or substitute this substance. I urge you to revisit this decision through the lens of the precautionary principle. As the saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The precautionary principle is meant to represent the public good in all decisions made under scientific uncertainty. When there is substantial scientific uncertainty about the risks and benefits of a proposed activity, policy decisions should be made to err on the side of caution with respect to the environment and the health of the public. In the case of clots, while you may still question the evidence of the short and long-term impacts of these chemicals, a public health and environmental health lens should compel you, especially in light of the current reflections back to the ignored SARS Commission recommendation, which called for the precautionary principle, to shift towards a precautionary, protective, and preventive policy of ceasing the use of clots and adopting a safer set of substances and practices. The health of all of those under your governance in the Greater Essex County District School Board depends on your wisdom and forward thinking at this moment. You have the power to make the health and well-being of the children and adults alike a priority along with their education. I urge you to make the decision that secures the health of our children and the health of all those working in our schools to make the education system of the Greater Essex County District School Board the safest and healthiest place it can be. Next slide. I thank you for your time tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. MacArthur. It looks like we have one question here from Trustee Halberstadt.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. MacArthur, you mentioned you had your own bad experience with the rashes or in the school system. Was that in our school system or another one, or using Virex?
Yes, that was my daughter in the Greater Essex County District School Board system recently. Yes, in the last few years, it occurred over a number of years.
Okay, and is she still in the system, or she's gone on to university?
Oh no, she's still in the system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Halberstadt. Are there any further questions for the delegate? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. If you want to hang up, and we will call our next delegate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'll be moving on to H3,
Unknown
which is
participant is now exiting.
Which is Paige Lacroix, who will also be speaking to item J1, the notice of motion. So Sean, I will give you another moment to phone this delegate in.
Dialing right now.
Thank you. And does this person also have slides?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, thanks.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Hello, Miss Lacroix. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Can you hear me, I should say?
Yes. Yes, sorry.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Catching up to the delay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. It's my understanding that you don't have any slides. So if you'll just be speaking to the trustees tonight, you have 10 minutes, and I have a timer going. So if I have to interrupt you, I will, but feel free to start now if you would like.
Okay, thank you. First off, I want to thank you all in respect to the Teacher Appreciation Week. I know it is not an easy job, and this year has definitely been challenging. A little bit about myself. I am an alumni of the Greater Essex County District School Board. I graduated from W.F. Herman and have since attended Mohawk College and McMaster University for their biotechnology program with a specific focus on health. From there, I gained work experience in inorganics, organics, microbiology, heavy metal analysis, and I am currently in the environmental field. I have studied and worked with a variety of chemicals in my time and in my laboratory experiences throughout the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area. Tonight, I'm speaking as a previous student and someone whose interests are focused in the chemistry industry. And I hear and take into consideration the opinions and topics discussed in previous and tonight's meeting, but I thought I'd provide my point of view from a more logical, practical perspective while keeping in mind the health and safety of the students as I once was. I'd like to start with a little bit of background about Health Canada. They are responsible for maintaining and improving the health of Canadians. Their job is to ensure the health services are accessible, and they work to reduce our health risks to our public. They do have a plethora of information regarding studies and research available to the public on their website, including their research about the ever-persistent COVID-19 and cleaners verified and certified to be used against. They use a DIN system, or drug identification number, to identify cleaners that can be used to disinfect and sanitize against COVID-19. These products are used within the board and are consistent with those on Health Canada's website. They review the disinfectants and sanitizers to assess their safety, efficacy, and quality prior to being introduced into the Canadian market. The Health Promotion and Protection Act requires the Greater Essex County District School Board to utilize Health Canada approved disinfectants with DINs. This is also in accordance with the Public Health Ontario and supported by Windsor-Essex County Health Unit. Now, that being said, it is quite obvious that the pandemic created a need for disinfectants and hand sanitizers to reduce the risk of spreading infection. Many surfaces have to be considered, especially in the school board. There are a lot of high-touch surfaces, as well as food prep surfaces, such as your cafeteria, your culinary classes, to name a few. So any disinfectants used in food preparation do have to be Health Canada approved and do have to be food surface contact safe. While I appreciate the opinions from the United States studies, they don't reflect Health Canada or Public Health Ontario. And essentially it boils down to concentration, time-weighted exposures, and finding and controlling exposures to students, which I do believe the Greater Essex County District School Board has taken into consideration and implemented. Referencing some of the previous discussions, February 16th and January 19th, I found that the board is required to utilize quats through a process of elimination with regards to the Food Handling Regulation 493 under the Health Promotion and Protection Act. There's 3 chemicals that they can use, either chlorine-based, iodine-based, or quat-based. And I'm just going to break them down a little bit. Chlorine is a well-known fact. It's reactive and corrosive. Mixed incorrectly with additional chemicals, it can create extremely toxic environments and toxic gases. Not only does chlorine-based products have unpleasant odors, they are also known irritants, and in the right concentrations, they can be caustic. I think those are all things we can agree on should be avoided. In addition to that, the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit and the Ministry of Labor both support the board's decision in prohibiting chlorine-based products. Iodine-based products are the next step. They are few and far between for good reason. Not only are they 2 to 4 more times expensive than chlorine or clot-based cleaners, they also take significantly longer to effectively work against the virus. They also cause notable skin and surface irritations, as well as staining, so that it isn't safe to use on certain materials or services. Which leaves us with the clot-based products. They are the only one that complies with Food Handling Regulation 493 and the Health Promotion and Protection Act, which the Greater Essex County District School Board has obviously gone above and beyond with obtaining support from both the local health unit and the MOL for the use of those clot-containing cleaners for their school board. So in addition, that I thought was a little interesting, there are no known complaints reported to the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit or the MOL from 2008 to 2019, 8 years of which Virex has already been used in the school board. It is my understanding that the GECDSB has directly taken consent to use those clot-based cleaners for effective and safe means of disinfection and sanitation. Our local health unit is not currently aware of any hydrogen peroxide-based disinfectants that can be used as a replacement for compliance, or that meets requirements for compliance with food handling regulations. And although hydrogen peroxide-based products are approved disinfectants, there are currently none approved in those food situations. The leading chemical compound is the clot ammonium compounds, which are widely used, and they've been used for years. I would wager most of us have clot-based products in our home right now. Mouthwash, nasal sprays, throat lozenges, shampoos, dry sheets, fabric softeners. They've been widely spread. Some benefits of the clot compound is they don't contain ammonia, they require minimal contact surface time, they are widely available, and they are approved by Health Canada for use against COVID-19. From what I understand, both Virex and Oxiver are used throughout the board. What I notice is Oxiver comes up quite often as a replacement. So in my opinion, those concerns and the use of Oxiver has been implemented. From what I understand, the use of any clot-containing cleaners are not used in the presence of students. The Oxiver is what's used in your classrooms for disinfecting surfaces that you're close to students. That was referenced in the January 19 memorandum. Daytime disinfecting and cleaning utilizes Oxiver for any multiple hard touch surfaces, handrails, doorknobs, light switches. And then washrooms are the only location during the day where Virex is used, but in normal cleaning practices, whereas your bathroom is closed off, students cannot enter. The cleaning is done before students can re-enter. So they are not actually there for the cleaning process. They are not breathing in that chemical. It is a settled residue at that point. It is, in my opinion, that, or to my knowledge and understanding, that the custodial staff at the end of the day use Virex for your high touch surfaces when students are not in the classroom. And while air handling units are regularly maintained to improve the air circulation and air quality, that will also assist in keeping COVID out of our schools. So for those of you who do not know, the concentrated clot-containing cleaner known as Virex does require a dilution. The Virex concentrate is not available to the students. It is kept locked in your custodial and janitorial rooms. Little fun fact, when Virex is diluted, following the manufacturing guidelines and the SCS, it is not deemed hazardous and is not a WMIS-controlled product, meaning there is minimal to no interaction that poses or causes a risk to health and safety of any persons using that product. So to conclude, in my opinion, as an alumni, a previous student myself who does have allergies and eczema, I do believe the Greater Essex County District School Board has fulfilled their obligation in investigating the concerns and taking into consideration the opinions of those concerned about your clot-based cleaners, and address those concerns by going through Health Canada, the local health unit, the MOL, and based off the information provided, I do believe these cleaners are most effective most cost effective, and will keep the students safe. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lacroix, for that presentation. Are there any questions of the delegate? I see Trustee Cook in the chat.
Thank you. Just wanted to confirm what you said about the presenter that just showed us American studies. You said that they really don't, I don't know, lack of a better term, count, you know, like American studies shouldn't be used over here. Is that correct?
The studies in America don't follow the same laws, policies, regulations, acts that we do here. There's quite a different variation when it comes to certain processes. The clinical trial process of creating a DIN and making sure the efficacy rate, all of that is different between America and Canada. And to my knowledge, we don't have anything for any alternative, you know, hydrogen peroxide or the citric acid based cleaners to be proven or approved by Health Canada to use in exchange of our co-op based.
I just have a supplemental, and thank you for that, because I agree with you. And actually, that's what I said to that presenter. But my next question is you also said that there hasn't been, since they started using Virix, we have had no complaints, no medical issues, struggles, anything like that since the time our school board has started using Virix. Is that correct?
From 2008 to 2019, the first reported one that I'm able to find is 2020, and that's kind of when stuff was being brought to light. But it's been used in the school board since 2008, and it didn't have any prior complaints reported to the health unit or the MOL.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions of the delegate? Trustee Burgess, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have the appendix for the extra 2 delegations that we have, but could you please, the speaker, could you identify yourself again? I didn't write down your name, and I'm not going to skip back to the other document. And your bit of your bio, where you come from, sort of thing. I missed a bit. I know you're alumni, and I know you have some microbiology, but could you please? Thank you.
Absolutely. My name is Peach Lacroix. I am an alumni. I graduated from Herman. I followed my desired field into biotechnology. The program I took was through McMaster and Mohawk, and it was a focus on health. From there, I've worked in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area in organic chemistry, heavy metal analysis, microbiology, just to name a few.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any further questions of the delegate? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. We'll give you a second to hang up, and appreciate the time that you took tonight and how late it's been as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
On that note, I don't mean to interrupt,
participant is now exiting.
But we are well past timed items on the agenda, and I'm just wondering if we want to kind of get through this and go through the public agenda, if that's okay with everyone.
Right, so if I'm understanding correctly, we'll just continue on this Ops and Finance Committee meeting and then go
unless
to
there's any opposition to that. I understand, yeah. Unless there's any opposition, I'm fine to continue through.
Consent.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, looks all right. Okay, so we are on to item I, speakers list. There are none, so we are on to item J, which is new business. J1, notice of motion by Trustee Halberstadt. I will read it out. Recommendation that the board direct administration to consider the alternatives to Virix as a Greater Essex County District School Board cleaning products for hard surfaces and food preparation as identified by the Workers' Health and Safety Center's report as forwarded to the trustees and administration on April 6th, as well that administration examine the costs of using one or more of the alternative products, and that this recommendation be placed on the agenda of the public board meeting of May 4th, 2021. So I will ask for this to be put on the floor before discussing an amendment as been previously mentioned.
I move it.
Okay, and Trustee Chena seconding it. Any discussion? Trustee Halberstadt, I can go to you first.
Madam Chair, just a point of order. I do intend to put in a motion to substitute, which means substitute the whole thing, which means it has to be registered now before any amendment goes forward. So I won't speak to it, but if somebody wants to speak to it, you can. But it's a motion to substitute, and I can give you the substitute motion now or after Trustee Halberstadt speaks, because I would speak next.
Sure. Trustee Halberstadt, would you like to speak first, or would you rather hear the substitute motion?
Well, I don't know what the substitute motion is, so.
Neither do I. So would you like to speak to your main motion first?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Trustee Burgess, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, sorry this has taken so long. I have taken this on as a project because of people in my constituency have basically expressed a lot of concern about the risks of virus, and so I have tried to carry the ball through them. To reiterate once again, on February 6th, you might remember that our board declined an offer from the Workers' Health and Safety Center, WHSC, to present a PowerPoint presentation on the risks involved in using or overusing the cleaning and disinfectant product Virix 256 in our schools and facilities across the system. In debating the merits of welcoming a virtual 30-minute report by WHSC's Director of Information Services, Loretta Michaud, it was suggested that WHSC, I think it was Trustee Burgess suggested this, that they be asked to forward the PowerPoint to the board without presenting in person and engaging in a question and answer session. As the mover of the original motion, I agreed to ask Madame Michaud to forward a PowerPoint. On March 16th, she complied, and I believe trustees have seen it at the website entitled Effective and Safer Cleaning and Disinfecting to Help Prevent COVID-19 Transmission. The WHSC concludes on page 7 of their 60-page report that there are several products on the market deemed effective by Health Canada for deactivating COVID, while at the same time marketed as effective for sanitizing food prep services. On page 43-44 of the report, it states the case for safer alternatives that underscores the precautionary principle, which essentially requires employers under the Ontario Occupational Health and Safety Act to take every precaution reasonable in the circumstances for safety of workers. Page 51 notes that the Ministry of Health has explained Regulation 493, a regulation for food serving safety, which has been modernized to allow for the use of alternative sanitizers. As such, we have caught up to many jurisdictions in the United States. The Toxic Use Reduction Institute in the U.S. further explains hydrogen peroxide solutions and other greener alternatives can provide a safe, code-compliant level of sanitation when used in the proper dilutions and with the proper dwell time. The Occupation Health Clinic for Ontario Workers, OHCOW, and their occupational hygienists, James McEachell and Todd Eyrich, agreed with WHSC that the quat compounds should be avoided and the less toxic substitutes be used. On page 53-56, the PowerPoint identifies 4 types of products comprising of a dozen alternate products, 2 alcohol-based, 3 citric acid-based, 3 hydrogen peroxide, and 3 omics base. That is the new information that was being put forward tonight by the Center and their study, their extensive study. The minutes of our February 16 meeting indicate that administration has chosen Virex over Oxivir due primarily because of cost. If we eliminated quats entirely today, our cost would be $248,000, the minutes showed. While that seems like a lot of money, Ms. Michaud points out that we need to measure things from a cost-benefit analysis viewpoint. I would point out our stand on Virex has the potential to cost several $1,000s to defend union grievances. We may also be leaving ourselves open to a civil suit from a parent of an affected student. Ms. Michaud, adds one successful workers' comp claim for an employee exposed to Virex and subsequently made ill could cost the board approximately $100,000. This is the average cost of a claim as calculated by the Workers' Compensation Board.
Madam Chair, point of order. Can I have a motion to move into private session very quickly, if I could, because something's been raised that is of a legal matter and really shouldn't be discussed in this forum, but I think it probably should be discussed. If we could convene for even 5 minutes, if there's support to move into private session quickly.
Okay, how about this? How about we can allow Trustee Halberstadt to finish his comments, and if any of the comments are on a legal matter, then I just think the comments should be finished, and then we can entertain a motion to move into private session.
But Madam Chair, you can't do that. If she's saying that there's comments being shared now, you can't continue with those comments. She's asking that it stop.
I know the comments, if I could, Madam Chair, since this is my
Sure.
my comments have been made, so I think it's in order. If you continue, that's fine, but I don't think any further comments of any legal matter should go on from now as far as liability to the board, because accusations and narrative has been shared this evening. Then I think it's proper we take 5 minutes and discuss it. So I'm happy with letting Trustee Halberstadt conclude his remarks as long as it doesn't go there. Thanks.
Thank you. I take your point, Trustee Cook and Trustee Burgess. Trustee Halberstadt, as per both speakers, comments of a legal matter must be discussed in private session. So if you can wrap them up without including any of that, that would be ideal.
I had no intention of including any more.
Okay.
That was basically, if you check the wording of what I said, it said it has the potential to. It doesn't say that it does. Anyway, I'm not going to bring that
Madam
up.
Chair, point of order. We actually have on our agenda publicly potential litigation as a matter to be spoken of in private session. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess and Trustee Halberstadt. I'll direct you to finish your your comments without pertaining to any even potential litigation, please.
Loretta says WHSC is not recommending a particular product. Rather, we are providing as examples of what the employer can explore with the full participation of the Joint Health and Safety Committee. The PowerPoint concludes that all these products are marketed as effective for food contact services, are on Health Canada's list of COVID-19 effective disinfectants, and will include active ingredients considered safer than quat-based products. Ontario regulated employers have a duty under the Occupational Health and Safety Act to consider safer products. When they do, Joint Health and Safety Committees have a right to be involved in these deliberations. Workers and their representatives have raised legitimate concerns about the long-term safety of disinfectants being used by the board, and overused, I would suggest, which I think brought this to a head with the COVID. The concerns are supported by a wide body of research and literature from leading experts. These voices and concerns need to be heard and addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Halberstadt.
One other thing, just as a point of order. The Citizen Environmental Alliance is a Windsor-based organization, legendary, in fact, through the Coronado family. And so they are very local. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Halberstadt. I will now go to you, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make sure that you understand procedurally, because this is hardly ever used at our board, but it is something that's used all the time. And I've got the 12th edition. It does say that motion to amend by striking out an entire paragraph, section, or article, or a complete main motion or resolution, and inserting a different paragraph or another unit in its place is called a motion to substitute. And the paragraph or resolution to be inserted is said to be offered as a substitute. It can be offered as a paragraph or only one sentence or in a bunch of sentences, several sentences, etc. But it's offered, a substitute offered for a main motion or resolution or a paragraph within a resolution is a primary amendment and therefore can only be moved when no other amendment is pending. So that's why I'd speak to it now. If a motion proposes to replace one or more paragraphs, then involved in a pending primary amendment, then it becomes a secondary. So right now it's in order. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. I appreciate that.
1269, well, I bring it because we never use these things, but the motion that I would substitute right now for, and I don't know if I have support for it, but I hope I do have support for it, and I would speak to it. So it preempts further discussion of this.
Is this an amendment, Madam Chair?
This is the full motion? Okay.
No, so to clarify, Trustee Halberstadt, what Trustee Burgess is suggesting is a substitution. So it's not an amendment to your motion. It would be a full substitution, which is allowed. I quickly looked it up, and to Trustee Burgess's point, she referenced it. So if it does get support, it would essentially substitute your motion as long as it maintains the same intent.
Actually, no, it has nothing to do with intent. You can substitute it. It just has to be on the same issue.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a.
So it would be a
consideration. It's in order. It's 1269, so you can look it up. But this is I want to read it because you won't know what it is until I say it. So the substitute motion is that the board direct administration to prepare a budget for 2021-2022 with two options. One, the elimination of VIREX and other quotes. Two, significantly lessen the use of VIREX for times when students are not present and deferring to alternatives to VIREX. And that is my substitute motion. And I would speak to that.
Madam Chair, it's Trustee Sartori. Can I just get clarification before moving on in this procedure now? So
yes.
on what the procedure is for the substitute is, so sure. I assume a seconder is required because Trustee Burgess is right. It's not something that we use very often. So a seconder, I'm assuming, must be required. And then is it a 2/3 vote? Is it a simple majority? Yep. And then can also amendments be entertained on the substitute?
Yep.
So amendments, so amendments can be entertained on the substitute.
Because it becomes, Madam Chair, if I could, point of order, like if you look in the 1269, it does follow it.
We need to be clear before we, just before we continue in the process, what like the whole picture is going to look like. So then if the substitute motion gets support, does that just result in the complete elimination of the motion that's on the agenda tonight? Or are we dealing with both and we're picking one?
From my understanding, based
you
on
know what I'm asking?
Yes,
yeah.
based on based on my reading of what Trustee Burgess is referencing, it would be to completely substitute. So it would essentially eliminate the motion that is on the agenda and completely substitute it with what Trustee Burgess just put forward.
However, Madam Chair, if it fails, the original motion is still back on the floor.
Yeah,
It doesn't eliminate.
A
It substitutes.
substitute motion is just what it says. It substitutes the motion that was originally on the floor. All you need is you don't need 2/3.
Nope.
And then we just move forward, and like Trustee Burgess said, if it gets voted down, we go back to Trustee Halberstadt's motion.
Correct, and it can be amended after the substitute is accepted.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Thank you. No, thanks for asking. So, so Trustee Burgess, you're putting forward that substitute motion.
I will read it one more time, and I would ask for a supporter. I don't see if there, I don't know what's on the chat, whether it's on this or that's from before, but the motion is that the board direct administration to prepare a budget for 2021-2022 with two options. First option, elimination of VIREX and other quotes. 2, significantly lessen the use of VIREX for times when students are not present and deferring to alternatives to VIREX. And I look for someone's support.
Okay, thank you. Does it have a seconder? Okay, seeing none, I will have to say that does not carry. Right. So we are going to go back to the original motion that is being put forward by Trustee Halberstadt. Mm-hmm. Are there any comments on that motion?
I have a comment and an amendment, a change of one word in that motion, and that is, sure, as I mentioned earlier, and I guess I was overthinking this, so I apologize, but that the board, certainly the intent is to eliminate VIREX use at our board, so that the board direct administration to choose alternatives to VIREX as opposed to consider. And to me, that really changes the intent of the motion from what we discussed and voted upon in the past. So that's my amendment, or it could be, if it's okay with everybody, we could just go ahead and vote on it.
So on that note, then you're putting forward an amendment, which would require a seconder. I see that Trustee Burgess has a comment. Is that on the amendment, Trustee Burgess?
No, I'm not supporting the amendment, so I wouldn't speak to it or comment on it.
Okay, so Trustee Cheen is supporting the amendment. Okay, is there any discussion on the amendment?
That would be my mark in the chat, comment, discussion.
Okay, go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
I want to say that this issue has really been a very, very good discussion, and it's been, I think, very well resourced. I look at Johns Hopkins data all the time, and I don't discount it in any way. They've been great leaders in so many things, and I get their newsletter on the links to education all the time. I don't discount American studies. I do obviously look to Health Canada and local health unit and local standards that we have, because I know they're different. We all know this. We have vaccines around the world that are being, supported and not supported by whatever jurisdiction is supporting or not supporting. We know that we have different standards. So I'm going to say that I think we understand the standards that we have for VIREX. I think we've been presented with really compelling evidence that this is a risk assessment thing, that we operate with products that are asthmagenic all the time. Years ago, I put a motion forward, was successful, to have a scent-free policy. because we have a lot of people who are allergic. The numbers of allergies that we have to so many products is incredible. You know, we cannot say we have a peanut-free school. We don't have a whatever. So it's a risk assessment. It's germane. It's a risk assessment. So I'm looking at the motion, and the amendment is to choose. I don't think we're at the point of choosing to eliminate. I don't have the 100% to eliminate in an emergency measure during a pandemic. I think we will by budget time. I think that unfortunately this is timed in such a way that we won't really know what the full elimination of all quats is. The motion says Virex. What I heard in the presentation and from all advocates supporting this was all quats. I don't think the elimination of Virex brand product is going to satisfy what we want. So I don't support the amendment. I would support the original motion that we consider it, because I look at the recommendations and the endorsement, not only from the American studies from Health Canada, judging what our standards are. I have really good faith and in how our training has been around our board on the use of these products, etc. I think that we've done everything correct, and I think that that's established really well with across all kinds of different jurisdictions. I don't want to even give a hint that we haven't done, but the fact is, it does remain an asthmagenic product for some people, and it will be. And I've heard from OSSTF and ETFO and QP, and I look at Citizens Alliance, and I take that very serious. I would have, if somebody would have come from GLEAR and told us, or the International Joint Commission, they do a lot to understand the pollutant. I don't want to belittle.
On the amendment,
the differences between choose and consider, and it's a big difference in a word. I can't support the amendment because I don't think we're at the point where we can choose. We don't know the budget or the risk assessment completely, because what we're talking about in this motion is Virex only, and I heard all quats, and I know we use other quats.
Thank you for that. I'm going. Sorry, Director Kelly.
Yeah, it's Director Kelly. We've been speaking about this for quite some time, and I think it's quite. It would be important to understand from the facilities department. Perhaps Superintendent Armstrong could speak to this. The kind of thing that's being asked for here, and the kind of time commitment, and the range of quats and such that's used. I think it's kind of a little bit over perhaps what trustees might be aware of. If Superintendent Armstrong has a comment on that.
Sure. There was just a call to vote for the amendment, so we're still on the amendment, not on the actual motion. I don't know if speaking to that.
That's fine. I'm just perhaps later.
That's okay, and I appreciate that. I was looking. I had some questions for administration as well, but unfortunately, we're still on the amendment. And Trustee Cook just called the vote, so I believe we have to vote on the call of the vote, if I'm not mistaken, unless there's consensus.
I think it has to be supported to call the vote, and then we decide.
Madam Chair, the reason why I did that is I just feel like this is all over the place. It's very confusing. Some are talking this, some are talking that. We need to be on the amendment, strictly on the amendment. Let's vote on that. Yeah. Then we can move on to our debate.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so Trustee Higgison has supported the call the vote. All those in support of calling the vote on the amendment. Do I have to? Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask for procedurally. I don't need to. I can just call the vote. Okay, on the amendment, which is to substitute the word consider for the word choose. All those in support, if you could just write it in the chat, that would make things easier. I see Trustee Leclerc support for. I'm sorry. I see Trustee Burgess saying support to call the vote. This is to call the vote. And I also see Trustee Higgison saying supporting amendment.
I don't know what we're doing.
Okay, so we are supporting to call the vote. I'm saying everybody is supporting this. That's I think what was on the table. And so we will call the vote on the amendment now. Okay, opposed to amendment, trustee Leclerc. Opposed to amendment, trustee Cook. Trustee Halberstadt in support. Trustee Burgess oppose. Trustee Cheen support. I'm still waiting on a few more trustees there. I'm still waiting on a few trustees. If that is opposed to amendment, okay. Trustee Sartori and Trustee Cook.
I opposed.
Thank you. I didn't see that. Oh, yep, there you go. Okay. Okay, so the amendment does not carry. And we will be dealing now directly on the debate of the motion that is on the agenda.
Madam Chair, I still think my request to move into private session is in order.
Okay, that would require a seconder, so I will entertain that if there's a seconder.
Point of order, I don't mean to confuse everything a little more. We're at 11:01 and we need a vote and support for extending the meeting.
Madam Chair, I would move that we extend the meeting to, I'm going to say 11:30, because I do want a motion to move into private session for 5 minutes in addition. So a motion to move it to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Yes, we'll extend. Is there, okay, Trustee Leclerc is opposing extending. We'll have to vote on that.
I would move till 11:15.
Okay, I think we have to stick with, 11:30 was what was on the table. I don't know if that's a blanket oppose extending. Either way, I think that would mean that we would need a seconder, or we need to vote to extend the meeting because there's no consensus.
Madam Chair, don't we need it? I think it's unanimous to extend a meeting. So one of opposition means it's dead, I think, isn't it? Yeah. So I would move to extend the meeting to 11:15.
Okay, is there support to extend the meeting to 11:15?
Well, hold on, sorry. Can I have clarification again? So the first motion to extend the meeting was to 11:30. And did I hear correctly that it needs to be unanimous to extend till 11:30? So that was voted, one person opposed it, Trustee Leclerc. So are we just going to back down every 5 minutes to like what, 11:05? Like, so what happens when there is one person opposing an extension to the meeting? We're at our time limit. Does the meeting end now?
You are asking the wrong person. I am not, as the chair of the meeting, I am also
the chair.
I understand, but I don't have all the answers. So I'm taking direction from the body right now. Somebody put a motion forward to extend to 11:15. If that fails, then we can call the meeting. That's the best direction. I will look to other trustees who have more experience, because to my knowledge, we haven't ever had an opposition to extending a meeting at this point.
I mean, it has to be unanimous. So one oppose, and 11:15 will not make it either. So I don't.
Okay, so Trustee Leclerc is saying I will withdraw. So can we just all consent to continuing this meeting till 11:30 so that we can get through the items on this agenda?
Consent to go to 11:30.
Thank you. Is there any opposition? Okay. Seeing none, Trustee Burgess, you are requesting to move into private session. We would need a seconder for that.
Yes, and the reason for is a matter of prospective litigation.
Sorry, I'm sorry. We're just going to, I know, I understand. We would just need a seconder. If there's no seconder, we're not moving into private session. Okay, seeing none, I now see that Trustee Leclerc has decided, has put in the chat to call the question. Sorry, can I get a seconder to call the question?
There's many people. I mean, you mean the motion? The vote on the motion right now?
I'm assuming what call the question would mean to call the vote on the motion on the recommendation. Yes.
No one has even had excuse me, but nobody has even had time to even debate it. We've been debating everything else except
The
for
call for the question is in order. Madam Chair, the call for the call is in order. It has been seconded, so we have to decide whether or not to call it.
I'm going to ask, thank you, I appreciate that. I understand that the call for the question is in order. I can't help that someone put that as something. So Trustee Leclerc called the question. Is there a seconder to call the question? Trustee Cheen seconded. So we will now vote on calling the question, which would essentially be to vote on the notice of motion, on the motion. So can everybody please put their vote in the chat if they would like to call the question?
So what's on the table?
We are voting to call the vote on the motion so that we will just vote and discussion will end.
Madam Chair, don't you have the, I mean, you as chair, I mean, this is wrong not to give any of us time to debate. I mean, this is so poorly run.
Trustee Cook, I appreciate that, but that is, I think that's a bit out of line. When another trustee puts forward a call to vote, the chair's responsibility is to stop discussion and to call a vote on it. And I don't appreciate that you are questioning in this moment when it was put forward by another trustee, and I'm respecting what we normally do in our time of debate. So we are now voting if we are going to stop discussion and take the vote.
Madam Chair, in fact, it's not debatable.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. I appreciate that.
And I'm going to put my camera on, if I just for a moment, and I have my handy dandy little parliamentary whatever, and vote to close debate is not debatable.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just going to count the votes that are in the chat now. Thank you.
I can't. I've got technical difficulties. So I can't do it by chat.
Trustee Halberstadt, do you support calling the vote?
The vote is on the
vote on the notice of motion.
The original motion.
No, we're not voting on the original motion. We're voting on ending discussion to vote on the original motion.
To make it very clear, to end the debate, the discussion, to end the debate.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. I only have 5 trustees who have indicated their, thank you. Trustee Halberstadt, will you be voting in favor or opposed? Because I do not have everybody registering in the chat right now.
I oppose calling the question.
Okay, so there's, hold on.
Trustee Sipkar, I oppose too. It's Trustee Sartori.
Thank you. Okay, we are at 5, so that fails. So now we will move on to discussion on the main motion. Are there trustees who would like to speak to the motion that's on the floor? Okay, I see Trustee Higginson. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be brief through you, Madam Chair. I'm in opposition to this motion. I think we know enough about what our board has done. I think to one of our previous speakers, our delegates this evening, I agree that we have done our due diligence here. We are following the policies that we have. We are following guidance from Public Health. We are following guidance from Health Canada. We are following all the guidance that we are meant to follow. I think we are doing our due diligence. I do take the issues that the community has presented seriously, and I thank everyone for their advocacy on this. I don't support. I do support the elimination that we've currently done, and I'm in favor of the work that our administration and our staff have currently done with it, and I'm satisfied that we have done our due diligence here, and to those points I am in opposition.
Thank you, Trustee Higginson. I'll go to Trustee Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, I do apologize. But I do apologize. I'm confused. Everybody's talking all at once, and it was very confusing. So I do apologize to you. Moving forward, regarding this motion, I think trustees, we have to understand what we're voting on here. Research is not from Canada. We are going to, are we going to ignore our experts, local and Health Canada? No issues reported from parents, guardians, teachers, or any other educational staff. Are we saying trustees without any experience, any expertise in this area, trustees should be voting on this? Totally out of our scope. Trustees are going to make a decision as to what should be used. Don't agree with that at all. Trustees are not going to listen to Health Canada, not even going to listen to our own boards, our own board expert. We're not going to listen to any local experts. So we're gonna tell our board what they should do, and we have no expertise in this area. The evidence that, or the presentation that was shown, I think it was the third time tonight, is the same presentation with the same statistics or same data, whatever, from the States. There is no, I talked to them many times. I talked to Lisa a few times, anyways, a couple times. And I encouraged her to find some stuff from Canada. It can't be found. And there are different rules and policies in the United States. But for us to sit here as a group of trustees and say we know better than the experts, that is wrong.
Thanks, Trustee Cook. I'm going to go in this order. Trustee Cheen, Trustee Burgess, Trustee Olmsted, Trustee Sartori, and then I'll go back to you, Trustee Halberstadt. So Trustee Cheen, you're up.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I think from last motion, and we got a lot of emails and information. I think it deserves us to take it more seriously and for consideration. And we as trustee don't have to be expert to make any decision. But if we see something, how to say that, in different opinions and disagreement, and we think that is enough for us to reconsider it, we just vote for reconsider it. I think that's a very reasonable request. And this motion is, as we mentioned, is just consider it the alternatives. And also last time we mentioned our school board chose the Oxford TB, Oxford Plus instead of Oxford TB, and there is debate regarding that, and the senior administration did explain the difference of that, and there is one opinion is that Oxford Plus has more, kind of poison on that. So regarding this issue, we haven't have any response. And if we keep on using Oxford Plus or we consider changing one, we haven't get any response for that. So our trustees' responsibility is to see the the importance of the damage and to do the research and make the wise decision instead of cutting off the voice and just don't say that. I don't think it's a wise decision. So I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cheen. I'm going to go to Trustee Burgess. I'd just like to remind everybody we're at 11:15 and I don't want to have to extend the meeting. So if we can make sure that we're all as succinct as possible.
Oh, you're challenging me, aren't you? Okay. I support the motion.
I was just
I support the motion because very similar points to Trustee Chin. Actually, I see it as a consideration. I think we have been bombarded by information in that in order to really assess the risks from the, you know, as identified in the Workers' Health and Safety Center's report, as identified in any of the American studies that were quoted, as identified from our employees who are actively engaged in using this product, as hearing from parents, etc. I think it deserves ongoing consideration. As science and things change, quads have probably never been used as intensely as right now, really, from household use, etc. You know, so I think we are going to be finding some even more interesting studies. But for right now, for what is recommended, etc., I think that we move forward and understand if we could consider the use of other things. I think that's legit. I think that's absolutely legit. But I don't think that we have to make a final decision on it. So I'm actually happy with the motion. However, I would move an amendment, and that is to strike the last sentence because it doesn't make sense. So I would say strike the word and then that this recommendation be placed on the agenda of the public board meeting of May 4th, 2021. I think it's a committee recommendation, and I don't think it has to go to the public board.
Okay, is there a seconder for that amendment? Okay, seeing none, we will have to move on to the next speaker. It will go to Trustee Olmsted.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. This is a hard one because I look at it as a balance between the risk of the virus and the risk of the chemicals that are approved to keep our students and staff safe from that virus. We are dealing in my own home with a very serious health issue, and we are required to use quats in our home in order to keep it safe and sterile. It's a risk that we assume, and it's a risk that I think the school board right now, in compliance with Health Canada, has to assume until we understand more. I do like the motion simply because it's a consideration. I don't understand how we can completely eliminate quats right now when the legislation for food handling requires us to use them. So my question is, if we decide to eliminate quats, how do we continue on with food services programs at our schools? Because right now we don't have an alternative. So can someone explain to me what would happen with the food services programs or our breakfast programs or anything like that, like if this were to pass? Because I don't see in anything that I can research that we have another alternative right now that does comply with the legislation. So I'm trying to just wrap my head around all of this. Obviously it's a balance, but will this eliminate programs? Will this eliminate our breakfast program, which is so important to so many students in our board if we do eliminate the use of quats? I just need some clarification here. Dr. Kelly or someone else can help me out.
Perhaps Juliana Hitchcliffe or perhaps Superintendent Armstrong. Again, we follow Health Canada guidelines, and so this is big. This is, you know, a big question actually. So we'll see what we can answer.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll start, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Hinchcliffe to chime in where she can. So I'm a chartered accountant. I'm not an industrial hygienist. So I
respect that.
Let's get that on the table right now.
Yeah, neither am I. So I'm trying to understand this.
Yes. We're fortunate, our board is fortunate enough to have an industrial hygienist working for us, and that is Mr. Tim Lozon. And so I do put a lot of trust and faith in the work that Tim does, because he does care very deeply about the health and safety of our staff and our students. your question about the products for food health and safety regulation, based on our conversations and our investigations with the Ministry of Labor and the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit, we cannot replace the quats with a hydrogen-based product and still run those programs. Okay, this is what we have been told. In fact, we actually had, we looked at the products that were part of the previous presentations provided by the Workers' Health and Safety Center. And we also looked at the additional products that were mentioned in the 60-page PowerPoint that was sent to trustees back in, when did they send that? In March?
I think February or March.
So there was a total of 18 different products between those two presentations. 4 of the 18 can't be used because they're not approved by Health Canada. 4 of the remaining 14 are hydrogen-based peroxide, and they're not approved by the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit for food handling, for the Food Handling Regulation Act. So the remaining 10 products are made up of citric acid, lactic acid, alcohol, and thymol-based products. And based on our initial preliminary conversations with the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit, they're not familiar with, nor do they have any knowledge of these products being utilized in the local area or their approvals for usage in these manners. So back to your question, when it comes time to things like the breakfast programs, our culinary arts programs, our nutrition programs, we would have significant difficulties in maintaining those programs without being able to use a quaternary and ammonium-based product for the food handling and the cleaning that's required. Virex isn't our only product that is a quaternary ammonium-based. We actually have 18 quat products in the board. Again, our custodials use them for cleaning, Virex being a primary one. But our breakfast programs use J512 sanitizer, Vestex 220. Those are quat products appropriate for food handling. Music uses Sтерosol. That's a quat-based product. Cosmetology uses things like barbicide, where you're cleaning combs, spray-on disinfectant, and things of that nature. Our technology uses POI SaniCloth Plus. It's another quat-based product appropriate for technology. So I mean, there's a number. It's more than just what you're asking for. And so, yes, there's definitely implications. Obviously, if there's an elimination, and we would have to spend a fair amount of time, and we're not saying we're not vested to do that, but we do need to go through these products with the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit and the Ministry of Labor, because they are citing that they're not even familiar with or have knowledge of these products being used in the local area and their approvals for use. So that has to even be vetted. And that would include, you know, a full review of the data and the manufacturing documentation that associates each of those products. We would have to look at the instructions, the safe usage, the storage, the handling. We would potentially need to purchase testing strips for every single time that we are using those products. And we would have to look at fundamental factors such as kill time, effectiveness, efficiency, ease of use, costs, and dispensing, labeling, and just a couple other things, you know, just to as consideration too. We rely on the Ministry of Labor, and we rely on the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit. We get our information from Health Canada. Those are authoritative sources for the board, and we don't make any decisions without collaborating with them. And as part of the whole investigation piece, as I've mentioned, we would involve those agencies in investigation. But we also need to consider the existing contracts that we already have for our chemical management systems with the board. We already have contracts in place. The cost of chemicals across the board would likely require an RFP because of the value of the procurement of those goods. So to provide an estimate on the value, we may have to go through an RFP process first, even to do that once we've even identified if there's an appropriate product that we could do that, a substitution for Virex. And we'd have to also look at things infrastructurally. do our solution centers actually that we have in our buildings, can they accept a replacement product, or are we going to have to replace all of our solution centers? So there's a lot of considerations that need to be thought through. And I have to also look at the internal resources. As we mentioned today, our facility services staff and our purchasing staff are really got a lot of things that they're handling right now with our new school construction and with CVRIS. And so that work is obviously going to take any time if that's the route that trustees go. Our staff have a mechanism to report issues through the online incident reporting system. To our knowledge, nothing has ever been reported with respect to that because through Tim Lozon's office, he would be investigating that. Our principals are responsible for taking any complaints that come from parents or students. I've heard anecdotally through Trustee Halberstadt of an individual that had a rash, but it wasn't clear to me whether that was reported to the principal. And I know that there are references to letters, and I've received a couple myself through the submissions that came through to trustees. They weren't very many letters, and I'm not trying to say that one letter is not important, but I'm finding that a lot of the information is coming from the same group of 2 or 3 people, which is, I appreciate that they're passionate and they're concerned with that. But I just need to explain that, and it's a lot of discussion today, and I probably don't have all my thoughts completely in line, but clearly there are some challenges to what's being asked, and we're not even certain at this point, based on initial conversations with the health unit, whether any of these substitute products would actually be acceptable to the health unit.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Armstrong, for that answer. Trustee Olmsted, did you have a supplemental before I move on the speakers list? We're at 11:27, and at this point we would need another motion to extend to continue.
I don't have another question. I just would really like to thank you for that comprehensive answer. You answered a lot of the questions that I had, and I think I know I needed to hear exactly what this would mean. So thank you very much again for that comprehensive answer.
Thank you, Trustee Olmsted. Okay, so I will need 2/3 approval for an extension. I guess I would need, I guess I could go by consensus. Do we have consensus to continue to 11:45? Okay, seeing,
Burgess.
thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any opposition, so I'm going to go to Trustee Sartori, then Trustee Halberstadt, and then I will make a final comment before calling the vote. Trustee Sartori, I'm not sure if you heard me there, but you're up. Yeah, okay.
I did. Thanks very much. Sorry, I was having trouble with my camera, and I will be very brief. I appreciate that that we've just had to do another extension. So I will be very brief, and just to point out that both Trustee Higgison and Cook have expressed many points that that I do agree with already. As well, I too appreciated the extensive information and commentary that Ms. Armstrong just provided, and as well as to point out that we trust senior admin with, with the most important roles in this board, and which is to educate our kids, to keep kids safe. Ms. Armstrong, pointed out that she, puts a lot of trust and confidence in her staff, where she isn't the expert, right? In areas where she's not the expert. And in particular, pointing out the confidence that that she has in Mr. Lozon, our resident industrial hygiene expert. And so I too put that confidence in Mr. Lozon, and that's really where I'm coming from on this. I think we need to have faith in our administration. We also know that Virex, as we're specifically talking about Virex, is an approved substance, right? If used correctly. I don't think there is any doubt. And again, based on Mr. Lozon's numerous reports and commentary that he has made in previous sessions, that Virex is being used appropriately. We also had an opportunity with Dr. Ahmed from the health unit a few months ago. And he didn't express any specific concerns. And so with that, and I said I would be brief, with that, I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sartori. I will go on to Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm a little confused. I don't know where administration is coming from, and Trustee Cook, with all due respect, the WHSC study, and they did an extensive study, claims that several products on the market are deemed effective by Health Canada for deactivating COVID, while at the same time marketed as effective for sanitizing food prep surfaces. So that's totally against what we've just been told. So I don't know. It seems to me that Health Canada says these are okay, and you can do food prep with it. So and they have, their study also had occupational hygienists. I know that Tim is a hygienist. These guys, these two people that participated in this study and agreed on it, that Virex is more risky. They agreed with the study. So I don't know what to tell you.
Thank you, Trustee Halberstadt. Did you have any final comments there? I will wrap up the discussion then at this point.
Well, I just think we should move forward. I mean, it's not going to be. There's no timeline on doing this. It's basically administration to go to find the substances that can substitute and that are less risky. And yeah, it might take some time to go through all the motions on that, but I think we got to start somewhere, and this is just going to stop it in its tracks.
Okay,
Can I have a clarification? I just want to make sure nothing has changed in the motion, so it's as it's written, etc. But can I have a clarification, because I want to know what the expectation of the mover is, and I've heard all the discussion. Is the expectation that there's a consideration and there's no timeline, so it may not actually manifest itself in the budget this year, or decisions in operations for next school year? Is it that lax, or is it something that you want done immediately? Like, because that just, have we been discussing the same thing?
Yeah, I don't think anybody would expect it would be done immediately, but could it be done in time for the budget? I would think so, but there's no timeline on the motion. It's just that to replace Virex with less risky substitutes. Pretty basic.
Thank you for that. I'm gonna jump in here and just summarize with my comments, and then we can vote on the motion. Thank you to all the trustees for exhausting the debate on this. I know that sometimes that we don't always see eye to eye, but I do think it's important that we have respectful public debate around issues that our constituents are bringing forward. And so I appreciate everybody's patience, as well as administration's patience, with a seemingly long debate that has stretched over a couple of months. I think that this motion brings forward a new intent, as I indicated, that considers the alternatives, and I think that that wording is appropriate. And the reason why I think that wording is appropriate is because as per Superintendent Armstrong's, as per one of the delegates and comments, as well as Trustee Olmsted's question, was what can we do within Health Canada's I'll say regulatory framework to eliminate Virex or co-op-based cleaning products as much as possible. I think consider captures that there are some things that we are not, and maybe there is a bit of a disagreement there in terms of findings, and I'm not going to speak to that because I'm not an expert in that field, but I think allows that flexibility while also saying in principle we would like to move in this direction, and that is what I think is on the table. I think that I also really do agree with erring on the side of caution, and I also think that it is appropriate for us to have this debate, and hear from different people. And so I think that at this point we have exhausted the debate, and I appreciate everybody's patience there. And I will ask to call the vote. And I see Director Kelly. Sure, go ahead.
One point of clarification, the budget will be coming forward soon. I hope you realize that is not, in June, right? That is due June 30th. I think you have to be realistic with respect to that, and so what staff can manage.
Thank you for that, Director Kelly, and I appreciate that point, and also Trustee Halberstadt's, and that there is no timeline, and I don't see this as a complete removal in that we would be violating any sort of Health Canada guidelines should we be found to be doing so. So I again, I go back to the word consider allows for a relaxed, approach to the removal. So I appreciate that point, though, and also would not want to put any undue pressure on administration. So with that, I will call the vote, and I just would ask that everybody would put that in the chat or indicate verbally if your chat function isn't working. Thank you.
Recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I will do, okay, hold on. Let me just start the chat right now. I already see some going. Okay. Trustee Cheen supports. Trustee Higgison opposes. Trustee Cook opposes. Trustee Leclerc supports. Trustee Burgess supports. Trustee Halberstadt, I see your hand. That's supporting, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay. I see, I'm sorry, did I mistrust? I'm just gonna have to make sure I recount this because things started moving here. So Trustee Leclerc supports. Here we go. Trustee Cook oppose. Trustee Cheen supports. Trustee Higgison oppose. Trustee Sartori oppose. Trustee Burgess support. Trustee Olmsted support. So that brings us to 5 support and 3 opposed. And I would also be supporting, so that's 6-3. So the motion carries. Okay, thank you all. I appreciate that. We are now going to move on to item J2, which is the 5-year renewal of our OSB commitment. And the recommendation that I will need a mover for is that the board approve membership in the Ontario School Board's Insurance Exchange for the next 5 years, 2022 to 2026, for liability, crime, property, boiler, and machinery, privacy, data security, liability, cyber, and auto fleet insurance, and that this recommendation be placed on the agenda of the public board meeting of May 4th, 2021. Okay, I see Trustee Burgess moving, Trustee Cook supporting. Okay, Trustee Halberstadt supports. I don't know if administration wants to speak to this or if there are any questions. It was under the report section, but has been moved up to new business. So any discussion at this time? Superintendent Armstrong, did you want to speak to it quickly?
Yeah, I can do it very quickly. I appreciate the time is tight. This report is in response to the fact that the board's membership in OSB is up for renewal for another 5-year period from 2022 to 27 inclusive. Administration is recommending the approval to commit for another 5-year term with OSB. The commercial insurance market is experiencing a hard market with falling investment returns, increased frequency and severity of losses, which is leading to increasing insurance premiums, increasing deductibles, and limitations in what insurance companies are willing to insure. The board is exempt from having to issue an RFP for insurance services. There are several benefits for membership in OSB. They offer all the required lines of insurance that we require. They represent 79 boards and 43 joint ventures, and they have expertise with the issues facing school boards. Our liability coverage has a $0 deductible, and it protects our board employees and our trustees while they are working in the scope of their duties. Our claims are capped at $60,000. Anything after that is paid by the pool. The board has received annual refunds of returns on an annual basis. Also, OSB offers excellent risk management program. For example, the HELP audit, which is human element loss prevention. We've had 27 schools that have been visited by OSB in 2017, and those have an impact of reducing our premiums. We've had over 300 participants from our board in OSB risk management seminars and education training. We also often ask questions related to contracts or issues that we may come across, and we're curious if there's an insurance risk associated with that. We've had over 170 inquiries that have been made to OSB. Again, these are a lot of they're not wow factors, but they're important factors that they provide support to the board in terms of these measures, where you may not necessarily get that through another insurance company. It would be very difficult, given the market, to obtain the same lines of insurance by going to market in the public. We are seeing that in some instances, municipalities can no longer get certain lines of coverage. And given, that the school board inherently carries a higher degree of risk, given the number of buildings, the number of students, the activities that go on in our buildings, we have visitors, we rent our facilities. OSB is a strong option for us, and I would really support that we continue on with them for another 5-year period. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Armstrong. I'm just going to ask if there's any further questions or comments.
I would have a very quick comment.
Very quick. We're at 11:43. Yeah.
Right. I just want to say that I think that this should have unanimous consent from the board. No other insurance agency has the expertise or could deliver us this kind of savings. So please support.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. Okay, I'm going to call the question. Any opposition? Okay, seeing none, that carries. So we are now on to item L, trustee question period. Are there any questions from trustees? Okay, seeing none, are there any notices of motion? Seeing none, are there any announcements? Okay, I did have one, and I had prepared it, so I have a minute. I just wanted to really quickly say that some of you may have seen this in the news, but thanks to the work of our staff, there has been funding awarded to our local health unit for active school travel. It's an exciting grant of $60,000, which enables us to hire a coordinator, and I say us as in a group of community partners of which our board is a part of, and they are going to be focused on 6 pilot schools across the area. Three of those schools are our schools, King Edward, MD Benny, and Talbot Trail. They will be piloting different activities, different plans so that we can increase the amount of active school travel in our region. It's the first time this funding has been awarded to us here in this region locally, and I want to thank all of our community partners, especially the Windsor Essex the health unit, who have done a lot of the heavy lifting, as well as our own staff, particularly Superintendent Auender, who has been chairing our own active transportation task force, which played a big role in spurring this grant on. So I won't belabor the point, but I do think it's an exciting piece of news that we were excited to share today. So if there are no further announcements, I will adjourn our meeting at 11:45, and we'll have to convene into a public board meeting now. So I'll turn it over to you, Chair Higgison.
Thank you very much. So trustees, I'm looking for 5 minutes as an extension of time for 5 minutes. And we are going to rush through the end of this. Please and thank you. I appreciate that support. If I need 2/3 consent. Anybody
Consent,
else?
Burgess.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. My deep appreciation. Thank you. Okay, so we are on letter E, Declaration of Conflict of Interest. I apologize for my fast talking, but it's going to happen. Any declarations of conflict of interest in here? Actions of the board meeting private session, we have none. Approval of the minutes. We have minutes of the public board meeting of April 6th, and I will note, oh yes, moved and seconded, thank you, I'm going too fast. I will note that it does say, and thank you to Trustee Burgess earlier for pointing this out, that it does indicate Trustee Leclerc as the chairperson. If we can just get that changed, unless you would like to take over, but so if we can just get that changed on the minutes. All in approval of that as amended. Thank you so much. Any business arising from those minutes? Seeing and hearing none. Recommendations from Standing Committee. We have none from Education Committee. Do we have any recommendations from the Operations and Finance Committee?
There were 2 items. Do you both need to be read out, or can they be, is it similar to a private session? Okay. So there were 2, yes, there were 2 recommendations. I will just go back to them. And I guess that would be item, hold on, sorry, I just have to switch back to the agenda here.
I believe it's J1 and J2.
Yes, J1 and J2. Thank you.
So are we moving both of those together?
I will move item J1, and then we can move them separately.
Do we have support for J1? In the Operations and Finance. Thank you. Any opposed to J1? I will note I am opposed to J1. And we do have opposition from Trustee Sartori. Any other opposition to J1? Seeing and hearing none, do we have
Trustee Cook is opposed?
Thank you, I appreciate that, Trustee Cook. Do we have a J2 that needs to be moved?
I will move J2.
Thank you. Do we have support for a J2? Seconded by Trustee Olmsted. Thank you so much. Any opposition to J2? Seeing and hearing none, thank you very much. All in favor? I already did that. That passes. Any notices of motion for in here? Any notices of motion? I got a minute. No more business before the board tonight. Thank goodness we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, thank you,
all.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Sleep
you.
well.
Bye.